Commissioner Lucero, Commissioner Mirando, Commissioner Lucero, Commissioner Mirando. Okay, Commissioner Pava,
He's excused.
thank you, and Commissioner Toya.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Commissioner Toya, would you lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So do we have Commissioner Smith and Mirando? Are they present? By Zoom?
Hello. Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. I wasn't able to speak when the roll call was done. Apologies.
And Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, Chair Clout, I'm on the phone with him right now, trying to get him on to Zoom. Okay.
Should we wait or start?
Yeah, we're almost there.
Okay.
Chair, while we're waiting, can I take a point of personal privilege?
Yes, Commissioner Faulkner.
I'd like to recognize my niece, who's one of the interpreters tonight, Shannon Garrison. I'm super proud of her and respect her for the career she's chosen. I just want to thank her for being here.
And Ms. Moore, did you have an announcement concerning the translation?
Yeah, Chair Clout, members of the Planning Commission, thank you. We do have translation services available across multiple access points tonight. In the room, we have ASL translation for deaf individuals. If anyone deaf is online, there's closed captioning available on Zoom and in English. If anyone needs closed captioning or Spanish translation online, they need to go to YouTube to access that. And YouTube has translation services in like 12 different languages. And then we will have Spanish language interpretation in the room, but they have yet to arrive from Albuquerque. So when they do arrive, I suggest we pause and make sure that we can, offer those services to anyone in the room who needs them.
Okay, that sounds good. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Any changes from staff?
Madam Chair, thank you. We have one change. We'd like to move staff communications up to immediately after the approval of the agenda. And give you all a quick report on the land development code update.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Any other changes? Staff, commission,
Motion to approve as amended. Second.
roll call?
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Is he on yet? Commissioner Smith?
Yes, sorry about that. I forgot the mute button.
Thank you. Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, so next, staff communications.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chair Clow, I'm going to bring a presentation real quick. There we go. All right, so my name is Daniel Alvarado. I'm a senior planner. I think everybody's familiar with me. I'm going to be the project manager of the Land Use Development Code update. So I'm excited to say tonight we can officially announce that we have a consultant on contract for our land use development update, and I'll be introducing them in this presentation here. I think we're all familiar here at the Planning Commission what the Land Use Development Code is and what it does. So I'm going to skip past the beginning of this presentation. Just goes over kind of the existing conditions, our goals, which I think we've already talked about on other occasions for this project. But as you know, we put out our RFP back in the spring. We've been working with the consultant to get on contract for the last couple months, and we are finally at the phase where we can announce their services and then get started with the project. Briefly, I'll just go over the 3 phases of the project. Again, there's going to be phase 1, just kind of split into 2 sub phases, 1A, 1B. That's going to go over all of the diagnostic review and how.
Excuse me, is there any way you can make that?
So sort of non-substantive issues, formatting, technical hygiene, that kind of thing. Phase 2 is going to come later. We're calling it promoting key standards. Those are going to be the more substantive issues. Those would be the real meaty issues that we'll get into. And of course, phase 1 will inform phase 2 as we move forward with the public engagement and that sort of thing. Then phase 3 is general plan implementation. As you know, we're also updating the general plan concurrently with the code. And so at that time, we'll be working with the general plan team to make sure all of the goals that are identified through the general plan are promoted through the code. So this was the timeline up until now. We had the draft RFP out in the fall or in the spring of 2022. We began negotiations in the summer with the contractor, and then we recently signed on the 30th with a contract. So this is their proposal. The consultant is Clarion. They're a land use development firm out of our land use planning firm out of Denver. They've worked with the city before on the historic preservation code, and they have extensive experience with land use development code throughout the region, including notably Albuquerque, as well as some other nearby cities. So here you can see their experience across the country. this is the key personnel. Our the director, Matt Gerbel, will be working with us as the project lead, as well as their lawyer and planner, Elizabeth Garvin. That's who we've been working with mostly. And then we'll be onboarding with the rest of the team. Actually, on Thursday of next week is our first kickoff meeting. So briefly, I'll go through the first phase. There's 5 tasks in the first phase. The first one is going to be project orientation and public participation plan drafting. So that's kind of where we are now. We're going to get this plan kicked off and rolling. All kind of the background work will be done through the winter, and then we're hoping to start our first public engagement events and opportunities in the spring and early spring. So then task 2 would be kind of issue identification, really doing a strong analysis of the existing code. Phase 3 is furthering that review and then creating a an annotated outline, which will be kind of the working document that start to bring to city leadership and the public to talk about what kind of changes we're looking at for the phase 1. Phase 4 is a draft, so fleshing out that outline, and phase 5 is actually adopting that outline. So we want to have a adoption opportunity for phase 1, so we can get all of those housekeeping items out of the way before we take on phase 2, which is going to be all those substantive changes that are going to be probably a lot more discussion. So just quickly in summary, the phase 1 will take we're estimating 15 to 18 months, depending on how much community engagement and staff participation we do. Then, like I said, there's going to be 5 tasks. Within each task, there's several activities and deliverables. There will be 5 different public engagement periods with various different opportunities and ways for people to get involved. Several trips from the consultants down to us from Denver, and then the anticipated budget is just below $200K. So just to give you a quick look forward, the current place we're at is the consultant onboarding and scheduling. Like I said, we're starting on November 10th with our first onboarding meeting, and that's going to really set the pathway for all of our projects to come next. And then we'll work on task 1 through the winter, task 2, task 3, and then through 5. And hopefully we'll have that first adoption in spring or early summer of 2024. Then of course we'll have phase 2, phase 3, which will come after. But we don't have a detailed timeline for that quite yet. Okay, I hope that was nice and quick. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Could we get a copy of that, Daniel?
Of course.
Thanks. Any questions from commission?
My hand's up.
All right.
Oh, sorry, Chair Clow. Commissioner Smith has his hand raised on Zoom. Yeah, no, you can't.
Commissioner
My
Smith?
question, just as going forward, can we get
Oh,
whatever
okay.
the visual? Excuse me. And you,
Oh, there we go. We can hear you, sir.
okay. When we have going forward, that was on 1/5 of my screen, very hard to read. Going forward, if we're having graphic presentations, can they occupy a larger part of the screen, please?
We'll work on that.
Good, thank you.
Okay, moving along here, approval of minutes of
Thank you.
the October 20th, 2022 meeting. Any changes to the minutes from staff or the commission? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya. The motion has been approved.
Okay, next, we're moving on to the approval of findings and conclusions. And we're going to take them all at the same time. So it's case number 2022-5673, 2022-5766, 2022-65, 2022-5764, 2022-5767, and 2022-5769. I have a question first. We received a letter from the superintendent of the Santa Fe Public Schools, Mr. Chavez. It was in the packet where he's concerned because no one contacted him since the last meeting, and I guess he hasn't seen the redrawings. Has anyone dealt with him?
Yeah, Chair Clow, I believe that Lee Logston has an update on that contact. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. Thank you, Chair Clow, for the question and members of the commission. I was in touch yesterday with Joshua. Continue to draw a blank on his name. He's legal counsel for the school system by email, and we were distributed. Renata, thank you. And he I was forwarded his letter that said, nobody's gotten in touch with us yet. We had been working with the Opticos Design and Matt O'Reilly on a list, excuse me, a pretty comprehensive list of corrections he wanted that basically aligned with Santa Fe Public Schools requests. So as of today, this morning, I sent Joshua a spreadsheet that details page by page what we're doing in terms of accommodating their requests, and then also the group that Matt and Forrest put together.
So by the time that goes to city council, it'll all be corrected.
Yes, correct. So we, that is a promise we made, and I communicated that to Josh today and to Matt in prior conversations. So yeah, I think the letter just kind of came out, and then since then we've looped back around to talk to them.
I know it takes time. It's tedious. Okay, so any changes to the findings and conclusions in the 6 different cases dealing with Midtown? If no changes, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
thank you. Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. There's no old business. We'll move to new business. The first case is case number 2022-5865, which is, I'm sorry.
No, it's, you're, sorry to interrupt, Jaco. I just wanted to say that the Spanish language translators have arrived. And so if anyone does need those services, please access them in the back of the room there, I believe. Okay, Okay, great. Yes, thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Nada más queríamos dejarles saber que si hay alguien que necesita interpretación en español, que por favor nos dejen saber para poder darles el audífono. Muchísimas gracias y estaremos ahí atrás. Ahorita se la traigo.
Melissa, roll call.
Roll call for I think we were on to new business.
I'm sorry. I'm moving backwards, which is not a good way to go tonight. Okay, so we're on new business, case number 2022-5865, which is 1840 Paseo de la Conquistadora subdivision.
Chair Clow, I will be giving the presentation this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Chair Clow, members of the commission. That the lead up to this is going to be longer than my presentation, I promise you. So tonight, I will present to you case number 2022-5865. This is the final subdivision plat for a 4-lot residential subdivision at 1840 Paseo de la Conquistadora. The applicant is Art Sproul, agent for Santa Fe Hybrid Homes LLC. And the zoning of the property is R5. It is within the River and Trails Archaeological Review District. And the property is approximately 0.8883 acres. So tonight, the Land Use Department recommends approval of the final subdivision plat, subject to the conditions of approval in this report and in the staff report and all technical corrections in Exhibit A. One motion will be required tonight. In this case, approve or deny the final subdivision plat, subject to conditions of approval and technical corrections. Since you heard the case back in August for the preliminary subdivision plat, the applicant has put a Santa Fe Homes proposal in place and has chosen to pay the fee in lieu to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. They've worked with the Landscape Technical Review Team, and those items will take place prior to permit review. Terrain management technical corrections must be completed prior to recordation. And a water budget must be approved prior to the building permit. Prior to when you first heard the preliminary subdivision plat, there will be no HOA or private covenants on these lots. The applicant has chosen to design to accommodate drainage facilities on each lot, and he can tell you more about that. From our review, the proposed final subdivision plat meets all development standards and approval criteria. Chapter 14, no variances are being requested, and the proposal does not create or increase any nonconformities with Chapter 14. As I said, the preliminary subdivision plat was approved at the August 18th, 2022 Planning Commission hearing. And we are recommend that we found that all approval criteria for the final subdivision plat have been met. If approved tonight, the final subdivision will expire after 3 years unless it is recorded with the county clerk. And I will hand it over to Art Sproul for his presentation and any questions if you have.
Thank
Mhm.
I will go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And when you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Well, it seems to have a mind of its own. Excuse me, how do I do this where it just, I can control that? I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm technically impaired. I'll just do that. Okay. Oh, that's not so difficult. Press the arrow. My name is Art Sproul, and I'm the developer and designer at builder for this, we're going to be building 4 lots at Paseo de Conquistadora. I'm the developer. I did Kachina Ridge, which was 82 houses. It's going to be somewhat similar. Some of the designs are very similar to the ones that I put in Kachina. And this is a sort of a showing of what the houses are going to look like with the contours on the land. Considerable amount of dirt work involved, 300 some truckloads of dirt to bring in, quite a bit of retainage, that type of thing. But what's interesting about this is I'm able to use houses that I've done in Kachina Ridge. One of the houses I'm going to do is one that we won in 2018, Most Innovative and Best Master Suite. And then the other one that I'm going to do is going to be similar to a house that I did in Monte Sereno, sorry. And that one, I got Most Innovative and the Energy Efficiency Award on it. So one of the issues that came up with this is that normally with the subdivision, you need to have a homeowners association. And with with only 4 lots, it would be too cumbersome to do that. So we chose not to go with 4 lots, with the homeowners association, because after we sold the houses, it would probably be abandoned by the homeowners. And so in lieu of that, we're having to put in ponding on each of the individual lots. And it became an issue because of, particularly on these front lots, the back lots, there's a lot more area, but on the front lots, it's all draining towards the back. And so I worked with the city staff to come up with a solution on this. And the way that it works is that we take all the trusses that we go from a portion of the house in the back are all 10 foot. Then it goes to 9, 6, and 9 foot. And then with the center being 12 foot, and then it all drains to the front of it. And so I was very fortunate the staff worked with me to solve this. And then you're going to have catchment basins to get the water to the ponds. So, that's basically it. It's this is these are going to be beautiful homes. I think it'll be an addition to the neighborhood and into the town. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions of the commission? Commissioner Lawrence.
I just have one clarifying question for staff about the staff report and the conditions in the staff report. Condition number 2 says prior to final plan approval. I was just looking at Exhibit A, and I don't think that matches Exhibit A, but I wanted to ask about that condition and if that was intentional for the approval of this final subdivision.
Chair Clow, Commissioner Lawrence, let me just pull up Exhibit A real quick here.
I just want to make sure we're not letting anything go because it does say to be done prior to final plat.
Chair Clow, Commissioner Lawrence, and Arch, have you submitted your water budget yet? Because
Not only have I
submitted
my water budget, I have about 120 retrofit credits already for that portion, and I paid for the meters, and they went ahead, since I did it back in October, they've actually installed the meters already. So I paid for the meters, they've installed the meters, and I have the retrofit credits to take care of the water budget.
Okay. Thank you, Archie. I think that might have been included as a condition, and then it might have gotten resolved in the meantime. So
Yes, it
yeah,
is. Yeah.
okay. So we can
We
count
could-
that one as,
We could assume that we are okay in that.
yeah, we can count
right.
that one as met. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That was my only question, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Toya, did you have a question? Any other questions? If not,
Yes,
I'm sorry, any public comment?
wait, I'm sorry, I have a question. My hand is up.
Okay, go ahead.
I hate to interrupt.
No, you need
Um,
to interrupt because I can't see your hand, so please interrupt.
Oh, great process we have here. I wanted to ask, how
We'll
is
work
the
on
fee?
that too.
Okay, well, how is the fee in lieu of amount of $23,000 and change arrived at?
I'm sorry for what's that, for the affordables?
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
that's gonna be my next question, but there's a fee in lieu of, and it was 23 something.
Yes.
How, maybe it's a question for the staff, how was it arrived at?
Yeah, that is a set rate per, house unit that is in the agreement with the Affordable
So,
Housing Trust Fund.
so
So it's a
it's
standard
really
rate.
so is it $100,000 because there are 4 units?
No, Chair Clow, Commissioner Smith, that is the total amount for the 4 units, the 22,000.
So it's less than $6,000 a house.
Yes.
Correct.
Could I ask what the estimated sales price of the houses will be?
I wish I knew
Oh,
this particular point.
give me a rough estimate.
Well, right now I'm trying to figure out where the interest rates are going to land. I know that I'm waiting now for Century Bank to approve my infrastructure loan. My costs are all over the place at the moment. I've built 100 and some homes in this town, and I've never been in a position like I am now with windows that are going up 20% every month or so, and lumber costs that are going to go up because of what's happening with with Florida right now and all the hurricanes, et cetera. So I can't pinpoint. I know that I want to be able to, I've got models that could sell for 400 or 500, but it also depends on the clients and what they want, because I design specifically for my clients and I give them a base price and build it from there. And I try to be very affordable in what I do. I run my own crews and they're all local people, and I wish I could give you a number. I had the last 2 years, 3 years, I've not been able to.
I think, and I'm not being critical of you, sir. You're following the rules. I guess my question then back to the staff is, well, how can we set a payment in lieu of if we don't know what the ultimate cost and price is going to be?
It's based on the medium income. The medium income is, if I remember correctly, I built a Kachina Ridge of 82 houses. We did 25 affordables there. And so I've done quite a bit as far as affordables are concerned in this town. And this is my swan song in my life. I have last building that I'm hoping to do, or else my wife may divorce me. But
Thank you, Arch. I have an expert on the matter, Chair Clow. Alexandra Ladd is on Zoom, so.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Ladd?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Smith, the answer to your question is that we use the sales price in our pricing schedule, and we use a fraction of that sales price based on what the unit fraction would be for these small projects. So for 4 units, if you were to multiply 4 units times 20%, which would be the requirement, you get 0.8. So then we take a share of the middle tier sales price, and we multiply that times that fraction, and then it's reduced by 70%. That reduction was put in place in 2010 when our local building market had not at all recovered. In fact, we lost many, many builders as a result of the housing crash. So the council decided to create this small project category for 10 or fewer units to try to support builders like Mr. Sproul who are doing small scale projects. In 2014, that reduction was made permanent. So the fee that Mr. Sproul is paying does not have anything to do with the market price of the homes that he's selling. It has to do with using the sales price in our affordable pricing schedule and then taking a fraction of that to represent the fraction of a unit that he would provide based on the 20% requirement.
And I take it that's by city ordinance, correct?
That is by city ordinance, correct.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll open this up to public comment.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Rick Martinez, 725 Mesilla Road. One of the conditions we asked for early on was that he's bringing 340 trucks, that they don't use La Jolla and La Jolla and Alejandro Street. So I like that to be part of the condition, making sure that those trucks don't come down those narrow streets. They're all both almost one ways. Well, La Jolla is a one way, and so is Alejandro is almost a one way because it's so narrow a street. So we don't want to see 300 some trucks coming down those streets as the neighborhood has asked me to make sure this is a condition of while during building. So thank you.
Mr. Sproul, do you have a comment on that?
I definitely agree to that. I will try to do everything in my power not to offend the neighbors. With the city, when they went to put it, you know, I was very fortunate that they put in the meters when they did, but they didn't tell me. So I did have some problems with the neighbors because it was disruptive. And and going forward, I will make sure that I inform everybody what's happening.
And it's understandable that these are subcontractors that you don't totally control. So there could be some error.
There are people that I've dealt with over 20 some years. And so we have a good working relationship. We're going to be fencing the property and we're very cognizant because at Kachina Ridge, it was an ongoing project with 3 phases.
Is it appropriate to make something like that a condition of approval or to just note it in?
Madam Chair, so I was just looking at GIS and it looks like Alejandro and La Jolla are the most immediate path to the property from, coming up headed, northeast on Agua Fria. But that would take them through, the neighborhood proper. So, the likely route would be Agua Fria to Cristobal Colon and then back onto Conquistadora if they're coming from the south. So I don't see why the commission couldn't make that condition, but you could definitely just, note it as well as a desire.
And I would agree to that.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other public comment? If not, the public comment is closed. Any other questions or comments by the commission?
Yes, Madam Chair. Somehow my connection failed. Can I just find out what was said about my question?
So you did, Commissioner Smith, you didn't hear what Alexander Laird?
I was up to 0.08% and then I went dead and had to reconnect.
It was 0.08% of the medium affordable housing. And she's here, so she could explain it to you again. And it's also, Commissioner Smith, it's controlled by ordinance, city ordinance. So it's a formula that city ordinance controls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Smith, the 0.8% is the fraction. So if you were to multiply 4 units times 20%, you would get 0.8%. So we multiply that fraction times times half of the middle tier sales price in our restricted sales price schedule, which is based on what's affordable. It's 3 different income ranges. So we take that number and then it is reduced by 70%. The reason it's reduced by 70% is that in 2010, when our local building market was crushed and many of our local builders went out of business, the governing body wanted to make it easier for smaller scale builders like Mr. Sproul to build small projects in our market. So they made a 70% reduction of that fee. In 2014, that reduction was made permanent. So the fee that Mr. Sproul will pay has nothing to do with the market value of the homes. It's according to a formula that is set by ordinance.
Okay, I just want to flag it. This is no comment on the developer or the project. But we have assumed a price and a cost, which he cannot confirm in order to set an in lieu of payment. And to me, that's just something that needs to be improved on. It's nobody's fault. I'm not, being critical in that regard, but 2014 was a long time ago. And I think we need to think seriously about how we calculate in lieu of and what it means for the construction of affordable housing across the different populations.
And Commissioner Smith, Madam Chair, if I can clarify, this is not an in lieu of fee. This is a fractional fee because there is the math doesn't work out for a complete unit, but it's also embedded in this concept of a small project. So 10 or fewer units can pay a fee rather than try to include units because it's almost impossible, especially for a smaller scale builder, to meet the economies of scale needed to cover the losses on the affordably priced homes. So this is not a fee in lieu of. I just want to be very clear about that.
I'm sorry, I understood that term to have been used earlier. That's why I used it. And I understand what you're saying. And this is a project done, it appears, by all the rules. So it's not a question of the developer, but I think we need to think again about how we collect money to do affordable housing. That's a different issue and it'll be for another day.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to clarify quickly. There are no conditions, like there are in the development plan section of the code for subdivisions. And in those conditions for development plan, there's no really, it doesn't really cover truck routes, et cetera, things like that. So, but I know that developers have in the past agreed to condition their projects based on, a desired route of, truck traffic, et cetera.
And I think it's probably appropriate in terms of health and safety.
Right. I just wanted to point out that
Yes.
those conditions that are in the development plan that you could use are not present in the subdivision section of the code.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve this final subdivision plat, subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections presented by staff, and also with the condition as agreed to by the applicant in this hearing to avoid the small neighborhood streets as discussed.
Second.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll move on to the second case, which is case number 2022-5505, which is 6350 Airport Road General Plan Amendment, and case number 2022-5506, which is also 6350 Airport Road rezoning.
Good evening, Chair Clow and members of the commission. I will be reviewing the proposed rezoning and general plan amendment for 6350 Airport Road, which is located on the south side of the road, approximately between Paseo del Sol and Geo Lane. The request is to change the general plan from commercial office to community commercial. And the rezoning request is to change from C1 office and related commercial to C2 general commercial. This is an aerial illustrating the site, which is at the center of the screen, showing the sort of volunteer pass across the site. To the west is the business incubator in Paseo del Sol. To the east is a mobile home park off of Geo Lane. Across the street to the north is a shopping center and the mobile home park, the Country Club Gardens mobile home park further north. There is also single family detached residential that is not constructed yet in this photograph that is in that vicinity as well. The existing future land use category, as I mentioned before, it was office. You can see that Airport Road is characterized by a lot of different existing future land use categories with reference to residential. In the Country Club Gardens area, there is the golf course, which is the green, which is further to the west. And there's also residential categories of different densities. So the yellow colors generally are the residential, but the darker colors also represent not fuchsia, but the orange as well as the brown. It represents the multifamily residential that is in the area. And also in the area is mixed use corridor as well. So the proposed future land use category is community commercial. It is surrounded by a corridor that has somewhat organically grown and changed over the years. And so you can see that there's a variety of land use categories, and this would be comparable to those different categories immediately surrounding. The existing zoning category is C1. As I mentioned previously, you can see that it's also surrounded by different zoning districts, which includes mixed use, shopping center, more office in the C1 and the north side of the road. You can see to the left of the pink, which is a shopping center. The red represents the C2 zoning category, and the lighter color represents residential. The property immediately to the west, which is the small business incubator, is zoned C2 PUD, and that's a planned development. So this is the proposed zoning map that illustrates the change to a general commercial zone district. This also is within the Southwest area Southwest Santa Fe Community Area Master Plan, and it's in the South Central Neighborhood Planning area. So that neighborhood vision, as set forth by the people who participated in the drafting of the master plan, and states for an eclectic assembly of uses, patterns, and density. So there is in this particular area, and you can see with the blue arrow where the site is, a variety of densities, as well as different neighborhood cores, and then gathering areas as well. So with reference to the approval criteria for a general plan amendment, staff finds that it's consistent with the growth projections and economic development goals, consistent with other parts of the general plan, other implementing policies. It provides for a coordinated and harmonious development and is not inconsistent with the prevailing use and character of the area. And a guiding policy that would be implemented in the general plan is providing for a mix of uses along that corridor. And this is an illustration of the Airport Road corridor from 1983. And the intersection in the lower left is Rios Road and Airport. And with reference to rezoning, there's been a change in the surrounding area. Staff recommends approval for this reason. There's been a change in the surrounding area. There's a different zoning category that is more advantageous to foster redevelopment, or in this particular case, infill development. It is consistent with the applicable general plan policies, and existing and planned infrastructure improvements will accommodate for the future development on the site. And it also complies with the airport overlay goal of establishing a multi-use corridor along Airport Road. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant?
Are you the only one that's going to be speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Nathan Manzanares. I am the agent for Dry Creek Partnership. I am located at 915 Mercer Street, and my office is New Mexico Land Solutions, formerly Siebert and Associates. I just want to, thank staff. They did a very thorough and good job of explaining this project. I had a presentation, but Heather really did a good job, and I just out of respect for your time and the long night ahead of you, I just want to state that we are in agreement with staff's conditions on approval, and we will be presenting this forward to the city, the governing body, pending a recommendation from Planning Commission. And I think that staff did a great job showing how this is appropriate for the area. And I stand for any questions.
Any clarifying questions from the commission? If not, we'll open this up for public comment.
Thank you.
So is there anyone in the public or on Zoom that would like to comment about this project? First, we'll take people that are here in the audience. Anyone in the audience want to comment on this project? Is there anyone on Zoom, Ms. Moore?
Yes, Chair Clow, we do have one individual, Carrie. I will promote you to panelist, Carrie, and allow you to unmute yourself. Please state your name and address for the record, and then you can begin your comments. Thank you. Carrie, you should be able to speak.
Okay, my name's Carrie Bear. I live at 122 Placita Verdad, and the neighborhood has asked me to represent them this evening. First, I'd like to remind.
Sorry, Carrie. Before you start, please just get sworn in for the record.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you please say what your last name is again?
Bear.
B-E-A-R?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I've had several communications with Ms. Lamboy and with representatives from New Mexico Land Solutions over the course of the summer. And I'd just like to remind them that protest letters have been submitted to the Planning Commission by 100% of the residents who live within 100 feet of the parcel proposed to be rezoned. One of the major issues here is that the planned thoroughfare runs directly behind the homes of the Placita Verdad residents. Additionally, New Mexico Land Solutions falsely claims that there aren't other land areas already zoned C2 that would be appropriate for an auto parts store. They talk about the mixed use and the diversity, and wanting to have an eclectic array of businesses here, but there's an AutoZone directly across the street and another auto parts store just a few blocks east.
Carrie, are you still there? We can't hear you anymore.
I am. One moment, please.
Oh, okay.
So although New Mexico Land Solutions claims that C2 rezoning will, quote, provide much needed retail services to residents on the south side, end quote, the rezoning proposal actually works against this because there are already auto parts stores immediately in this vicinity. Additionally, leaving the zoning as is would promote a greater number of less obtrusive small businesses in the same space, offering a potentially greater variety of community services than a single auto parts store, which offers no unique service, especially because the other auto parts stores already exist. Additionally, it would take up so much space that the lot would not afford for probably more than one other business. Additionally, with the single family housing development currently in progress on Geo Lane, I don't think that it's been demonstrated that this zone change would not significantly impact traffic. It's already very difficult for residents of West Meadows to exit onto Airport Road during rush hour, especially in the morning. It's backed up all the way to Paseo del Sol. And with the increase in residents, that's going to exacerbate that problem.
I'm sorry, Carrie, please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. We allow 2 minutes per person.
Gotcha.
Okay, and I have looks like 2 more hands. We'll start with Sasha McGee. I will promote you to panelist. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in, please, before you commence your comments. Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. My name is Sasha McGee. I live at 3909 Calle Tangara, Santa Fe, 87507.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I just want to reiterate what Carrie just said, that there is an AutoZone across the street from this lot. And also want to point out that earlier this year, representatives for that AutoZone requested and received approval to expand the existing AutoZone into the lot beside it. So I don't believe that this proposal is providing anything unique. I will also point out that this lot was previously slated to be a grocery store, which this area of Airport Road really needs. So would recommend that this not move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. If anyone else is on Zoom, please raise your hand. I thought I saw one other hand raised there, but there it is. It's Diana Woods. Again, I will promote you to panelist. Please unmute yourself. Okay, and Diana, please state your name, your address for the record, and be sworn in before you commence your comments. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Diana Woods, 121 Moore Street.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm here to talk about the South Meadows project. Am I jumping
Oh.
in too soon?
Yeah. Yes, Diana, we're in another case. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll wait till you call on me later. Yes, you'll call on me later when you get.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone on Zoom for airport? Yeah, looks like we're good.
Any other public comments? Anyone else on Zoom? If not, we'll close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, if I may just address some of those comments, because I think some of the commissioners are a little confused on what's going on from some of these comments, and I'd like to clarify if I could.
I don't think we really need it unless
Okay.
the commissioners ask, and we'll
Perfect.
now move to any questions of the commission. Commissioner Lawrence.
I wanted to ask a question. I believe it goes to staff about whether there will be any subsequent development plan approval for this project.
Chair Cloud, Commissioner Lawrence, this is only for a general plan amendment plus rezoning. There may be a subsequent development that is proposed, and so at that time, those specific uses will be considered. But right now, what is being considered is generally commercial uses through the general plan amendment, general plan amendment as well as the rezoning. And I do want to point out that there are those letters that Ms. Barry referred to should be in your packets.
Thank you. Yes, we received the letters. My purpose behind the question was not questioning what was at issue tonight, but only whether there will be any future consideration of some of the concerns that have been expressed. Perhaps through a development plan or whatever the future process might be. That's really what I'm asking about.
Chair Cloud, Commissioner Lawrence, that is correct. There's also a lot split that's planned as well.
Thank you, Ms. Lamboy.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yes, I have a question.
Commissioner Smith.
There is comment about another auto parts store. Is there a customer who has asked for this? I'm not sure it matters one way or the other, but are we simply doing this to create more competition on the street? And that could be okay or not, or is this just a hypothetical?
I think at this point in time, we're just addressing the issue in terms of whether or not the property should be rezoned.
I understand that, but the purpose of the rezoning is to create a particular store, which has been stated.
No, that's not before us. The purpose of the zoning is to change from office to commercial.
Okay. So.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Morondo.
Perhaps we could ask the question of staff, since this came up, if it is actually stated anywhere but the public comments that the store would actually be an auto parts store. It seems like the waters have been muddied here, and I feel like we should all be on the same page that this is just a zoning change. We're not to actually look at a specific store going in there or not.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And Chair Cloud, Commissioner Morondo, with reference to the particular store, there may have been some confusion because at the ENN Early Neighborhood Notification meeting, there was discussion about a particular use. And to the credit of the community, that's where the concept of an auto parts store was discussed. But at this time, the applicant is only proceeding with the rezoning as well as the general plan amendment request.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Second. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Make the motion.
Make the motion.
I'll second the motion to recommend approval of the general plan change.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
The next matter is matter 2022-5601, which is rezoning.
5506. Oh, sorry, yes, 5506.
Okay, so 5506, which is 6350 Airport Road rezoning. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to recommend approval of the rezoning in case 22-5506.
Second.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Okay, next we are moving on to case numbers 2021-4648, which is 3600 and 3740 South Meadows General Plan Amendment. Case number 2021-4649, which involves the same property, and it is a rezoning request. The next is case number 2021-4650, which again is the same property, and it involves a general plan amendment. And the next is 2021-4651, the same property, and it involves rezoning request. And the last one is 2022-5618, the same property, and it is the master plan proposal. Mr. Escobar.
Good evening, commissioners. Can everybody hear me with this mask on? This is a project that consists of 5 cases, which Commissioner Clow has gone over, Chair Clow has gone over. The first case is a case for rezoning. It's case 2021-4648, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows General Plan Amendment. Jenkins Gavin Inc., agent for HomeWise Inc., applicant requests a general plan amendment. From park to low density residential, this is from 3 to 7 units per acre. The property is approximately 19.54 acres in zoned R1. I might add that most of the captions that I'm going over and a lot of what's in the memo is based on a lot line adjustment. And a lot of the report is reflective of that lot line adjustment as opposed to the actual acreages that are current right now. The second case is 2021-4649, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows rezoning. Again, same applicant and agent requesting a rezoning from R1 to R6 for the same piece of property of 19.54 acres. The third case is case 2021-4650, same applicant and agent, same address, requesting a general plan amendment from park to high density residential. This is 12 dwelling units through 29 dwelling units per acre. And this is going to be for 2.66 acres. And again, the property is still zoned R1. The fourth case is 2021-4651, same applicant and agent and address. And this is for a rezoning request of the 2.66 acres from R1 to R21, which is 21 dwelling units per acre. The final case is a master plan. And this is case 2022-5618, same applicant, agent, and address. They request a master plan approval for a future residential project on the entire property, which is 22.64 acres, to include a subdivision, development plan, and construction of a neighborhood park for dedication to the city. The proposed zoning of the property is R6 and R21. Those, assuming they get approved. Recommendations. The Planning Commission should recommend the governing body approve case 2021-4648 general plan amendment from park to low density residential. Also recommend the governing body approve case 2021-4649 request for rezoning of plus minus 19.98 acres from R1 to R6. Number 3, recommend the governing body approve case 2021-4650 request for a general plan amendment from park to high density residential. And finally, there's number 4, not finally, but recommend the governing body approve case 2021-4651, which is request for rezoning of the 0.226 acres from R1 to R21. And finally, the recommendation to the governing body, subject to the conditions of approval identified in the staff report and technical corrections, identified in Exhibit A, case number 2022-5618, which is 367440 South Meadows Master Plan, a master plan which includes a residential subdivision, residential development plan, and a public park on the 22.64 acres. There are 5 motions that are required in the following order. Recommend the governing body approve or deny case 2021-4648, request for general plan amendment from park to low density residential. Number 2, recommend the governing body approve or deny case 2021-4649, request for rezoning from R1 to R6. Recommend the governing body approve or deny case 2021-4650, request for general plan amendment from park to high density residential. Recommend the governing body approve or deny 2021-4651, request for rezoning of approximately 2.66 acres from R1 to R21. And number 5, recommend the governing body approve or deny case 2021-5618, request for master plan approval that includes a residential subdivision, residential development plan, and a public park on 22.64 acres. There is a change to one of the conditions that we're proposing. The applicant has worked it out with the DRT members that allowed for this change to occur. And that would be condition number 18 in table 1, conditions of approval on the staff report. The probable pond location is denoted as a rain garden within the park on the master plan sheet. The park will be dedicated to the city. The city should not be responsible for maintaining the drainage facilities from this development. The rain garden area should either not be part or of the park or other pond locations must be shown. This was to be done prior to the planning commission hearing, but again, the applicant has worked it out with the DRT members that placed that condition. The planning commission has heard this once before, but we're going to give it another brief history. In August of 2001, the county purchased the 22.64 acres. And the intent of that was for a park and open space. It went through a bond election. It was purchased. The bond was paid for. And in 1981, the county and the city developed a memorandum of understanding, and they adopted the extraterritorial zoning ordinance. That regulated an area outside of the city limits of 2 and 5 mile radius. This allowed the city to have input on many of the developments that occurred in the county because of the impacts to city roads and infrastructure. In 1997, the city adopted the general plan, which is in effect. In 1999, the city amended that general plan. And then in 2007, both the city, the county, and the community got together and they developed the Southwest Area Master Plan, known as the SWAMP. It was adopted and included into the general plan as part of the general plan requirements. So as part of that requirement or as part of that inclusion, it brought out what is known as the central neighborhood plan within that airport road area. And as you can see in that green area, the identified as the site, that would be the park that the county had offered and made part of the swamp, and then we included it in the general plan. It was to include approximately 3 activity centers or neighborhood cores. Again, the first one was the Meadows Field, which is the subject site, future elementary school, and a potential pocket park. The future land use map today in current zoning shows the area as still park. However, the zoning for the property is R1. So what does that mean? Well, that means that whoever owns the property has the right to develop the property in accordance with the R1 requirements. This could include residential development such as 23 unit development plan. It could be going to the public hearing. It can go through administrative approvals depending on the size of the development plan. It can come in with a subdivision. That would have to come before the planning commission, but it would be an application where they would have to only meet the design standards as opposed to being a request for rezoning. Some other uses would include institutional uses such as emergency services in schools, community centers, institutions, park and open space, and human resources. And the reason I put park and open space there is because the city does not have a zoning called park. That was only included in the master plan as part of the Southwest Area Master Plan when it was adopted, because when the county owned it, they offered it as a park. That was their intent. Today, the county has sold that property and it's now in private hands. And they have the right to develop the property in accordance with the rules and regulations. In an R1 zoning, if they were to come in with a subdivision that would put about 23 lots, that would not trigger an open space or a park use unless the applicant actually put one in there. So that's the difference between what's before you now and what could happen if they just came in without having to go through rezoning. They could just come in for a 23 lot subdivision. The proposed future land use map and the proposed zoning would look very similar to this, where that green color would go to yellow and brown, and the zoning would show R6 and R21, which is yellow and brown. Because of the Southwest Area Master Plan, by itself, they wouldn't really be consistent with the Southwest Area Master Plan because there is a park, even though we don't have a park zoning. But the master plan that they proposed ties everything together. It puts a park, which identifies a use that is very similar to what the Southwest Area Master Plan wanted, as long as it's a public park. It has residential, both market rate and affordable, which triggers many other themes of the general plan. So it's the master plan that allows us to recommend approval as it tied in all of the other aspects of the general plan and the rezoning requirements together to allow us to recommend approval. This brings us to the findings. Staff has reviewed what the applicant has presented for findings for case 2021-46, and the land use department has found that they have addressed all of the criteria in a positive way so that we can recommend approval. For case 2021-46-49, the rezoning, again, the applicant did address all of the requirements for 14.3.5C, and again, staff is recommending approval. For case 2021-46-50, this is the general plan from park to high density residential. The applicant addressed all of the criteria. Staff agrees with the criteria that was presented, and we are recommending approval. For the rezoning, it's the same. It's somewhat redundant because the code is redundant, but the applicant addressed all of the criteria. Staff agreed with what they presented after we reviewed it, and we are recommending approval. And finally, for the master plan is what allows us to tie both the rezonings and the general plan amendments together because of what they're proposing. It ties in, it allows us to utilize the master plan as that bridge that makes everything work. So the applicant's requests have complied with subsection 1431E, which is the pre-application conference, 1431F, the early neighborhood notification procedures, and 1431H, which is the notice requirements. That finds that the applicant has satisfied subsection 14.3E approval criteria for amendments to the general plan requests, subsection 14.35C approval criteria for rezoning requests, and subsection 14.39D approval for master plans. And I believe that concludes my very short presentation.
Thank you, and your slides are very nice. Very colorful. The applicant, please.
No, we're going to go and we also have Mike Gomez, that is our civil engineer that is joining us via Zoom. So if we could elevate him and we could potentially swear him in now, or we can wait.
I can't wait to swear him in if he needs to
that's
speak.
fine.
Okay. Okay, so are you all part of the applicant's team? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Do you all swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And when you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Great. Get up to. Oh, we have a different mic. Good evening, commissioners. I'm just going to plug in my technology here and we will get started. Good evening, commissioners, and to those that are joining us virtually. I am Jennifer Jenkins. I'm here this evening with Jenkins Gavin, and here this evening on behalf of HomeWise and for the Los Prados project. I'm going to start with a few introductions, and this, our presentation shouldn't take too long, and we're going to try to be as efficient with our time as we can. So as I mentioned, we are here this evening on behalf of HomeWise, and the HomeWise team that is involved in this project includes the Executive Director, Mike Lofton, Daniel Slavin. I'm joined this evening by Johanna Gilligan, the Senior Director of Community Development, and also Jamie Jaramillo, Planning Director for Real Estate Development. As I mentioned, I'm Jennifer Jenkins, and I'm also joined by Lisa Gavioli, also with Jenkins Gavin. And engineering services are provided by Mike Gomez with Santa Fe Engineering, and Mike is joining us via Zoom this evening. And we're also joined by Site Southwest, who is engaged in the park design. And that is Carlos Gamora, Senior Planner, and Liz Cole, the landscape architect. So I won't spend a lot of time on this. I think Dan covered the requests that are before you quite thoroughly. We have been before this body twice to discuss the general plan amendments and rezone requests. And then this summer, we supplemented those applications with a master plan application. And what the master plan does is it creates an actionable item. There will be a motion this evening regarding the master plan as an actionable item that speaks to the development program, including the housing and the diversity of housing types and the proposed park. So Dan also covered this, but I'll just touch on it briefly. The property was owned by Santa Fe County. They purchased the property in 2001 with the intention of a park development. And then 14 years later, nothing had been implemented on the property, and the city of Santa Fe annexed the property as they did all down the Airport Road corridor. And now this property was in the city's jurisdiction. And then in 2020, the BCC adopted a resolution authorizing sale of the property with the intent to take those sales proceeds and dedicate those proceeds to trails and open space projects within the county as opposed to within the incorporated area of the city. In 2021, a purchase and sale agreement was entered into between Santa Fe County and HomeWise. And the purchase agreement called out very specifically that the development program must include a park. It must include affordable housing. And early on, there was contemplation for a school, which has been eliminated from the program at this time. And then just this last April, HomeWise closed on the purchase of the property, and it is now owned by HomeWise. So we have had we kicked off our entitlement process just a little over a year ago, last September, with our initial early neighborhood notification meeting. And that in the fall of 21, we had a series of 3 early neighborhood notification meetings. And then we submitted our general plan amendment and rezone applications in December. And then we came before this body last spring for 2 hearings. And then we went back and worked on the master plan and had a follow-up ENN meeting with the neighborhood in June to discuss the master plan, submitted that application in July, and now we're here back before you this evening to not only address the master plan, but to revisit the earlier applications as well. So I'm going to invite Johanna Gilligan with HomeWise to come up and speak to you about a couple of critical elements to our application this evening related to our neighborhood outreach efforts, as well as to the affordable housing program.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening, commissioners. Johanna Gilligan, 1232 Vitalia Street. So we have conducted extensive neighborhood outreach to inform our plan at Los Prados. This outreach has taken a variety of formats, including four ENNs, as previously mentioned, extensive one-on-one outreach by various staff with neighborhood associations and residents to understand the concerns of those who oppose the project, door-to-door canvassing that has engaged over 200 residents in the area, and the creation of a website that visitors can contact and provide feedback through, which has elicited 58 responses to date. In response to this robust community outreach, we significantly modified our original plan, as Jennifer just mentioned, removing the school, doubling the size of the park, and increasing the percentage of affordable units to 50%. And we're really proud of how much time and effort we've put into listening and getting feedback and how much it's informed our strategy. And we're continuing these inclusive outreach efforts as we work towards a master plan for the park. As we've been working through this entitlements process over the last year, homeownership and rental prices have been on a steep upward trajectory. The median home price in Santa Fe City and County now exceeds $600,000. To afford a home of the median price of $607 in 2021, which is actually even more than that now, but to afford that price, you would need today a down payment of $142,700. And your monthly mortgage with current interest rates would be $3,690, way, way out of reach of most Santa Feans. While housing prices have increased 30% over the last year and a half, wages in that same period have only gone up 2.7%. So it's really no wonder that we have almost 40% of people who work in Santa Fe now living elsewhere, places like Rio Rancho, and commuting in regularly, which we know is exacting a toll on both commuters and the environment. So it's with this backdrop and punishing housing market in mind that we have planned for Los Prados. To be very clear, 100%, every single home we build there will come in far below the current median home price, all of them. 50%, 2.5 times the city's minimum, will meet the city's affordable housing guidelines. And for some detail and nuance on this, I think what's important to know is that these will be prices that will be accessible to low and moderate income homeowners we work with and people who want to be homeowners in the city. So you can see a chart here. A 1-bedroom home will start at $144,500, a 2-bedroom at $165,250, and a 3-bedroom at just under $186,000. That means that families earning as little as $28,250 a year will be able to purchase these homes, and mortgage payments will be less than rent in many parts of town. And I know this has been a concern expressed by the Save Southside Open Space, not assuming that these are not truly accessible housing prices. So we just wanted to really clarify how deeply affordable these are. So a single parent making $16 an hour could afford a 2-bedroom home in this community. These are not just affordable to Santa Feans who might be teachers or police officers or hospital staff who are also getting pushed out of this housing market, but these units will be accessible to hardworking families who might currently live in mobile homes or be forced to rent in monthly units on Cerritos Road. They're going to create opportunities for those who keep our city running, people who are cooking our food for us in restaurants, who are cleaning hotels, who are taking care of our kids in daycare centers, to become homeowners. And it's a chance for these Santa Feans not only to have affordable housing, but to build wealth through homeownership. So I just wanted to conclude with 2 things. One, we scanned the MLS today for homes under 300,000. There are 5 homes under $300,000 on MLS today. So this is a really incredible opportunity. And secondly, I just want to say thank you very much to everyone who's come out tonight to support this. Many of whom I'm sure are already working 2 jobs just to stay in Santa Fe. So gracias a todos para venir a apoyar la lucha para affordable housing in Santa Fe. Gracias.
We want to. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to go into a little more detail about the project. So as Dan also presented, this is the existing zoning map. And the subject property, the 22 acres, is identified here and it is zoned R1. And as you can see, we're in the Airport Road corridor here, but really kind of focused on the area that's north of Airport Road. This is an incredibly diverse area of town. It is diverse in terms of land uses. It's diverse in terms of densities. It is a very diverse demographic. And as you can see, kind of starting along Airport Road, south of the site, we have industrial zoning next door. We have C2 commercial zoning to the southeast. We have R29 multifamily zoning for the Country Club Apartments to the southwest. We have R12 for the Country Club Gardens mobile home community directly west of us. Shopping center zoning, mixed use. And then as you move kind of north and east of the project, you have a variety of more single family type zoning categories from R3, R5, R6, and so on. So like I said, this is a mixed use community, a mixed use neighborhood with a lot of diversity. So this is the site in context with its surroundings. This is the Colores del Sol neighborhood, which is to the north and to the east of the project. The Tiempos Lindos neighborhood is directly to the west here. Up here to the northwest is Fairway Village. And then I pointed out the Country Club Gardens mobile home community and the Country Club Apartments here. And then we have the industrial and the commercial uses along the Airport Road corridor. The property has access via South Meadows. Rufina Street comes in from the east and terminates at the roundabout with South Meadows, and that is the terminus of Rufina. Originally, when the Rufina Street right-of-way was acquired, it was the intention that Rufina would move further west, but that was abandoned in support of converting that right-of-way to a trail and open space corridor, which is the site of the Acequia Trail extension project that we're going to touch on here briefly. And it's already being used as sort of an informal social trail and is a really, it's going to be a really important improvement for this neighborhood. So this is our proposed master plan. This aligns with the conceptual site plan that we showed you before. So nothing really has changed in that regard. Like I said, we just converted it and formalized it, if you will, into a master plan. So we show the proposed park at the north end of the site so it can be directly adjacent to the Acequia Trail corridor. So when you take a 5.12 acre park and that trail corridor is a little over an acre adjacent to the site, you end up with a 6.3 acre amenity public park and open space trail amenity in this area. So now, as we move forward, we're rotating the page. So now the left side of the page is north. The right side of the page is south, and South Meadows heading south towards Airport Road. It just makes it easier to zoom in on the site if it can be oriented in a landscape fashion. So this is the 22 acres vacant site, and you can see that the trail corridor here, you can see evidence of that kind of informal footpath that has already developed in this area. And this is the roundabout at South Meadows and Rufina. And this is our frontage along South Meadows, and then Airport Road is just off the page to the right. So zooming in. So historically, HomeWise really focused a lot of their efforts around single-family detached housing. HomeWise started in Santa Fe in the mid-'80s, and single-family housing was really their focus. But over the years, they discovered that they really want to be able to serve a broader spectrum of our community with housing. So now they've started to integrate a real diversity of housing types in their communities. There are still some communities that are just based upon zoning are 100% kind of single family detached, but where the opportunity presents, they really look to integrate diversity in the housing. So what we are proposing here is a combination of single family homes, townhomes, and condominiums, basically multifamily structures where each unit can be sold and owned. So it's 100% home ownership. There's no rental product that is proposed here. And what we have done is, you notice that the condominium, and this is the area that is proposed for R21 zoning here. It's 2.6 acres at the south end of the site. Why did we put that there? Because that portion of the property has adjacency to industrial zoning, R29 zoning, and commercial zoning. So it's really about creating a proper transition of land use intensities. So we go for the kind of the higher intensities at the south end of the site to the least intense where the park is located at the north end of the site. And then sandwiched in between, we have this combination of townhomes and single family homes. So all 5 of these applications before you this evening are really focused on how do these applications comply with the city's general plan. So I'm just going to touch on some of those areas of compliance. Obviously, affordable housing. The general plan addresses in a variety of locations the importance that the city must actively play a role in supporting the creation of affordable housing. And as Johanna mentioned, 50% of these homes are going to meet the city's affordable housing guidelines, and 100% of them are going to be well below current market purchase prices. Quality of life. What is quality? That is a subjective thing. What does that look like? Well, we think affordable housing is a critical component to quality of life. Walkability, access to trails, parks. That is what this project is providing in terms of quality of life, providing secure home ownership, home security, and access to the outdoors, and also access to employment, schools, and services within walking distance of this project. As an infill project, we have great access because, like as I mentioned before, this is a really diverse mixed-use neighborhood. So there are opportunities for people to access public transit, but also via pedestrian or bike access to a variety of services and employment. So sustainable growth. As an infill site, we are using existing roads, existing sewer lines, existing water lines. It's about the efficient use of those infrastructure investments, as opposed to being on the edge of town and having to do new extensions of that infrastructure beyond the city's borders. And obviously infill, which is shows up a lot in the general plan. And it is a key growth management strategy, and it also provides opportunities for this diversity of housing and a diversity of home prices as well. Kind of related to infill is this idea of a compact urban form. So you can develop where there already are services and employment. Again, instead of being on the edge of town where you have to drive to everything you need to access. The general plan says there should be a mix of housing types in all neighborhoods, not just some, but all. And that is what we're trying to achieve here. And protection and conservation of neighborhoods. This talks about the transition of land use intensities that I touched on with the master plan. We start at the south end with higher intensity uses, higher density, and then we transition through moderate density to the park at the north end of the site. And this is really important. So one of the pieces really early on in the process, one of the pieces of feedback we received from our neighbors to the west was we originally had some townhomes along that west border with Tiempos Lindos. And they said, you know, it'd be great if you could move those and put single family homes next to us. So we have same next to same, right? And so their backyards will back up to our backyards. And so we said, you know, absolutely, we can do that. That makes a lot of sense. So it's about, you know, responding and kind of mirroring what is around you to the best of your ability. And then creating connections to open space. So with this trail project in this part, obviously the park is access and availability of the outdoors and outdoor recreation, and the connectivity of this park to the trail network. That Acequia Trail extension is going to go all the way out to the river trail and going the other way. So it is a really important improvement in the overall trail network. And this part kind of creates a really special activity node on that network. So as Dan mentioned, in addition to the general plan, this part of town is governed by the Southwest Area Master Plan. And the previous case that you heard on Airport Road is also governed by this master plan. So there are different neighborhood areas that the swamp identifies, and we're in the central neighborhood plan area. And some of the key elements of that talks about neighborhood connectivity, variety of lot sizes and building types, creating community activity centers. So we are honestly checking all of those boxes. We're compatible with the overall density of the surrounding neighborhood, and we're providing a park that will serve as that neighborhood activity center as envisioned by the swamp. And also we are, in addition to the swamp, we're also in compliance with the city's bicycle master plan, which identifies this property as an activity node with respect to that park. And the activity node along the extension of the Acequia Trail. So we did conduct a traffic impact analysis. I know we have talked about this a couple of times, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. But what this slide shows is just prior to embarking on a traffic study, we conduct what they call a scoping meeting with the City Public Works Department, and they tell us which intersections they want us to analyze. We show them a map, we show them where the property is, we show them what kind of the proposed land uses are, and they tell us which intersections are applicable to this project. So starting down at, we analyzed Airport Road in South Meadows, Rufina in South Meadows, and then some adjacent neighborhood streets serving the Colores del Sol subdivision that have intersections on South Meadows as well as Rufina. And so how do we determine if the traffic works? Well, we determine that by how our intersections operate. And how our intersections operate is called a level of service. Level of service is a grading system. Starts at A, which is really good, which means very low delay. And it goes all the way to F, which, as you can imagine, is a failing intersection, which means there's excessive delay. So it means that intersection does not have an adequate level of service. Every single intersection that we studied maintains an adequate level of service once this project is built, and also in what they call the horizon year, looking even further out into the future, growing the background traffic by a certain growth rate to say, well, what's going to be happening in 15 years from now? What's it going to look like then? And even then, we have no failing intersections. So the traffic flow works very well in this area after this project is constructed. We will be constructing some turn lanes in South Meadows as our requisite offsite improvements. And the city of Santa Fe is also planning some important roadway improvements in this area. On Agua Fria, there is a funded project to do improvements to the Agua Fria and South Meadows intersection. And that project actually could start construction as early as December. And then a little further west down the street at Agua Fria and Cottonwood Drive, there's going to be a new roundabout. That one, it states here that might begin in 2022, but we did get some recent information from Public Works, and we're probably looking at a spring start for that roundabout. So those are going to be some really important improvements that are really going to help with the traffic flow in Agua Fria. And then this just shows these images are right out of the city's RFP for design of the Acequia Trail extension. And we just superimposed our master plan on this so you can see how the park relates to the trail extension. And the trail extension starts at the roundabout, and then it heads west all the way through and then connects to the river trail. So this is going to be a really important connection. And also just heading down the sidewalk on South Meadows, you're going to be able to access the trail network in Tierra Contenta, because the city also has a project to extend the Tierra Contenta Trail from kind of the northeast corner of Tierra Contenta over to South Meadows. So that is it's not a really long connection, but a really important one. And so the sidewalk network along South Meadows is going to provide even connectivity into the Tierra Contenta Trail system, which leads you into Swan Park as well. And then this just kind of zooms in on kind of the design intent for the trail corridor, which is going to include not only the trail, but landscaping improvements as well. And then the vision with the park is that there is a pathway network through the park that connects our sidewalk network to the trail directly. And then our sidewalk network connects out to the South Meadows sidewalk network. So it really creates so much connectivity. And as you can see right down here, we're also doing a little trail connection over to the Tiempo Lindos neighborhood to our west. So that community has an opportunity to access the sidewalk network within Los Prados to get them either to the park or get them out to South Meadows for other destinations. So with that, I'm going to invite Carlos Gamora with Site Southwest to come up and share with you where we are with respect to our design process for the new neighborhood park.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Carlos Gamora. That's 1700 Central Ave, Suite B, Albuquerque, New Mexico. I previously worked with the city of Santa Fe doing land use and affordable housing policy for many years. Now I work on land use, affordable housing, and sometimes public park and open space amenities. I'm also joined here by Liz Cole. Liz Cole is a landscape architect with extensive experience working on public parks and recreation centers. I want to be pretty clear for us, our priority is really working with community spaces and designing a park that best meets community needs. Yeah, to get into a little bit of some, I guess, a different perspective on some of the history. So in 99, 2000, around the Santa Fe County kind of started up their open space and trails planning activities. And so they started that program and were able to get quite a bit of money to start acquiring properties. A lot of the intention with that was to start preserving and acquiring unique or significant natural or cultural lands. In 2001, this space here, South Meadows Road didn't exist, Rufina didn't exist. The whole area was within county jurisdiction, and there wasn't a lot of housing. The county has considered different kinds of design and considered improving the property a couple different times and has never really moved forward with that. Fast forwarding 20 years, we have roads like South Meadows and Rufina. The whole area was obviously annexed by the city. In 2019, I think it's important to note that the county did a strategic plan looking at their existing open space and parks facilities. They identified South Meadows and said that there was no long-range, long-term plans to actually develop that site. There was not a strategic plan to develop it. There wasn't a budget for that. And so that site has kind of been languishing or not used to the full potential by the county at least. So in 2018, Site Southwest, my company, did the Parks, Open Space, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan for the city. In that plan, we worked a lot with the various communities around Santa Fe. Something we identified was that Santa Fe has an outstanding variety of both amenities and has a lot of existing park and open space acreage. But we also looked a lot into some of the needs. And so this map shows that in this area, one of the significant needs is children, providing space for kids. Something that we really were able to take away from this plan, though, was that we do not have enough space. We don't have enough access in certain neighborhoods like this kind of neighborhood. So in this neighborhood and some others, there isn't access, which is really thought about as walking distance to parks facilities. And so thinking about this, a large space could work in this area or a small space could work, but the priority is really to start getting those kinds of neighborhood and community facilities built into sites like this. That's a priority of the existing 2018 plan, and something that we think could be accomplished through this project. So looking at the specific project, how this kind of complies with or works with existing city parks planning. So we could look at the neighborhood park classification. So neighborhood parks are generally the basic unit for traditional park systems. They tend to be around the 3 to 5 acres, although sometimes they go up into the 20 acres. Sometimes they're a lot smaller. Similarly, community parks can be quite small and can be quite large. So the classification isn't super set, but you can think about neighborhood parks as having some of this unstructured play and limited active and passive recreation. In this kind of site, it does comply with how to think about location, being along some major roads or arterials to have that visual access, being walkable to different neighborhoods, having amenities like paths, play equipment, open fields for soccer or baseball, landscaping and irrigation, fitness and gym equipment. A lot of those are the things that the city likes to see in some of these sites. Comparing this to some other parks that are existing in Santa Fe. So Las Acequias Park is 6.29 acres, so a pretty similar size. That has a variety of space for kids, for walking and for enjoyment of natural space. Same thing, Patrick Smith is also a very similar size to what's being proposed in this area. That has a lot of fields, again, some playgrounds and things like that, and provides, again, that kind of walking ability for the neighborhood to be able to access that, and most specifically for getting some resources for kids and families. So we started to do some preliminary stakeholder engagement, started trying to chat with some different organizations. These are some of the organizations we talked with: EarthCare, YouthWorks, the Conservation Trust, Trust for Public Land, a lot of the schools and education centers, and got a lot of preliminary suggestions thinking about what kinds of things the community could use. So that's things like shaded areas, walking and biking trails, playgrounds and tot lots, maybe a splash pad, maybe areas for food trucks, maybe areas with open spaces. There was a lot around trying to have kind of natural play areas where kids can really engage in natural spaces. So that's something that we're really, really excited about. And then thinking about, again, just how do we create kind of mixed spaces where a lot of different kinds of activities could work. That's something we're really, really excited to look into. Some of these pictures here go into parks that Site Southwest and Liz Cole have designed in the past. And so these are using public art. They've got different kinds of play spaces for different ages. On the right bottom, you could see a bunch of blocks that you could play around with. You could also have natural areas that you could play with, trying to think about how water works, how different kind of natural environments work for education. Thinking about different kinds of sports activities that the neighborhood could use, shade spaces, again, potential for a splash pad. Those are obviously, you know, expensive and sometimes there's maintenance issues. Maybe the community does want that, maybe not. We haven't really been able to access that yet. But these are all the kinds of things that could fit into the kind of park that we're talking about and the kinds of things we'd want to explore. Also things like having natural spaces. So trying to preserve some of that to make this not a completely preserved area, but an area where you can interact with the natural grounds, the natural lands, and really connect with that in different ways. So this is just kind of getting some preliminary ideas, just starting to look into the possibilities for the site. You know, there's a lot of different options that could come together, but for right now, the hope is that kind of getting past, once we get through the holidays, that sites could start working on community input workshops, start working with the public and really start figuring out how can we make this kind of park space really work best for the community. Yeah, so that's our priority.
So I just have some contact information here. So if there's anybody that is either here in chambers or visiting or participating in the meeting via Zoom or YouTube, this is contact information for my office, for Site Southwest, and as well as for Dan Escobar with the City of Santa Fe. So if anybody has any further questions about this project, what we're proposing, interested in participating in the park planning process, we would love to hear from you. And in closing, I do just want to state for the record that we are in agreement with all the staff recommended conditions of approval. And with that, we would be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
It will open this up for questions from the commission in terms of clarifying questions. And I have one, and that is one of the conditions is that the city has to, as I understand it, one of the conditions is the city has to accept the park for this project to move forward, and that would be done by city council. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, that was a very difficult condition to come up with. The part of that was that because the general plan has a park and we don't have a zoning for a park, how do you change it from a park to something else and be consistent? So in order to do so, we came up with the idea to play around with the effective date of the ordinances and resolutions, because we can't put a condition on the resolution or the ordinance. So by placing a statement in the ordinance that the effective date is when we accept the land, then it allows us to simultaneously record the master plan, record the zoning, record the general plan amendment. At the same time, we're able to accept the property. The second half of that is now that the city owns it, it still has to be developed. So we required that the applicant have to submit a financial guarantee based on the engineer's cost estimate that we approve, and again, in favor of the city, so that we can be assured that the park will be developed in accordance with whatever that community plan ends up being. The governing body is the one that has to accept all of that, since everything here is a recommendation to the governing body only. Nothing is being finalized at this level. You're making a recommendation to the governing body, either up or down, or adding to or eliminating conditions.
Thank you. Any other questions, clarifying questions from the commission? Commissioner Faulkner.
This goes to Chris Gamora and his team. I mean, Carlos.
Carlos.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. I know you. So how many times do you anticipate that you will be engaging the community in the development of the park design?
On the plan, I know that there was, is that? Community workshop. Yeah, we've got the plan is to have a community workshop,
And then a public meeting.
public meeting.
Yes.
And so to kind of, so I guess that would be two kind of events. But we've started, and it would be nice to reach out to have a lot more other kinds of meetings and conversations is the hope.
Yeah, I would really encourage that because an injustice has been done to this community by way of the county's poor governance. And I would encourage you, for the sake of the success of the project, to engage the community as much as possible and show them the respect that they need to so desperately at this moment, given what has happened with this property.
Yeah, and I think that is really important. I mean, there's no way to really determine what the community needs without actually talking to the community. So that's why we were really hesitant to kind of say what could go into the site. We did that just as an illustration of what the site could bear, what could kind of fit on that site, but not as what our kind of preconceived ideas are of what could fit there.
And just one additional point here. We are also, in addition to large community meetings, doing a lot of smaller meetings on site with community members, like with Country Club residents, with the Head Start, with going to the location where people already are. So we completely agree, Commissioner Faulkner, and we'll be really actively doing that kind of inclusive outreach.
Oh, and I know this is coming back to us as a development plan at some point. So I personally will be tracking how well you engage the community to ensure that as this inevitably moves forward, that the community that is opposed to this, their voice is heard consistently throughout the development of the park in particular.
Any other preliminary questions before we open this up to the public?
One of my concerns was.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes, sorry. One of my concerns was towards the traffic analysis. I guess I wasn't clear if this was still going to be a 2-lane road throughout the intersections that you touched on. Is that going to suffice when, I guess the timing of the days, which is rush hour, morning traffic, rush hour, 5-hour traffic, and also the season of the year, which is when school is in session,
Sure.
because we have multiple schools surrounding all that area. Will that suffice that additional traffic?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Clow, Commissioners, and Commissioner Toya. So right now, South Meadows is 2 travel lanes, and then it has a center kind of lane for left turning movements. So what we are doing as part of this project is we are developing, safe left turn lanes. So for northbound traffic coming on South Meadows, from airport, there will be a place they can get out of the through lane and get into that left turn lane. So it's a protected left turn in that regard. And then going up to the next entrance, because we have 2 access points on South Meadows, there will also be a left turn lane. And in addition to that, we're building right turn lanes for southbound traffic in South Meadows. We're building right turn lanes so those cars turning right can get out of the through lane and allow those cars to keep moving, and they can get into a right turn lane and turn into the neighborhood. So if you really look at that cohesively, we really end up with a 4-lane road, if you will, but still there's nothing, we are not being asked to widen South Meadows to potentially a 4-lane road in terms of, 2 lanes in each direction. And one of the things that's interesting that actually adding through lanes doesn't always improve traffic. What does improve traffic is like getting those turning vehicles out of the through lane so they're not holding people up. And so the traffic study assessed all of this with respect to, and the traffic study is the study that told us, you need right turn lanes. We weren't sure they were going to be warranted or not, because it's based upon the number of cars that you're generating. So the traffic study told us, yes, you need to construct right turn lanes. So South Meadows as a roadway is growing as a result of this in that corridor.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commission? I have a question of Mr. Esquivel. There's when we're looking at the conditions of approval, condition number 1 has to do with the fire access road, and it says prior to planning commission, which is similar to the pond issue. So has that been resolved also?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, that was an error on the fire departments. Usually their conditions are built at the time of construction.
So that should read prior to.
It would be part of the preliminary and development plan requirements and to include all of those plans associated with it, but then it's still part of the construction phase is what the fire marshal looks at.
So that needs to be amended.
I also want to add that as part of the conditions, the applicant originally had the phasing plan with the park in phase 2. We did move that up to phase 1. We felt that it was important to include that as part of phase 1. The applicant did agree with that.
Okay, Commissioner Faulkner, thank you.
Dan, this is for you as well. It isn't like condition 4 that the developer has to have at a minimum of 2 E&N meetings with the community throughout the process?
That is for the park. Yes, that was a condition by the Parks Division.
And how many E&Ns are generally required? 1, right?
1.
And this is saying a minimum of 2, which means there's room if staff and the community and the developer felt that the park wasn't in getting to the right spot, there's room for more engagement through that process as well, correct?
I would believe so. That would be up to both Melissa and the developer in terms of how that whole thing is working out. And where they're coming.
Any other questions from commissioners? If not, we'll open this up to the public and we'll start with the individuals that are here. And Ms. Moore, can you explain the 2-minute limit and that people can give their time to another so they can have a longer time to speak?
Thank you, Chair Clow. Yeah, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. I do have a sign-in sheet. And we've got 30 names. If you'd like to add your name to that list, it's not on here. Please come up and we can work that out. What I'll do is I'll call a few names. And if I can ask that you can queue kind of like batters on deck and we'll get you state your name and address and be sworn in before you give your 2-minute talk. If you are interested in consolidating your time, then those that are ceding your time to you must be either in the room identified or on Zoom identified as well before you start. So I will call the first on the list. All right, well, I've got.
And I'm going to ask that the speakers not be repetitive, that if a point's been made, we're good listeners. We don't need to hear it a second time. Saying it more than once doesn't make it more persuasive. So just in the interest of time, limit repetition, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we will have Marlo Morrison, and please come up to the front. And following her, I have Cynthia Delgado and Rick Martinez. You can kind of queue behind. Thank you. You still have to read it out and do everything. Well,
Okay, so I will swear. So I have both of you in right now. Sure. Okay, so please raise your right hands. You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. And when you step to the podium, you can state your name and address and then read this list of people that are ceding their time. To both of you or just to you?
We're both in a recorded presentation.
Okay.
Where do I put this?
second.
Sorry,
Heather,
your
can
name?
you bring down the iPad to the front? Thank you. So yeah, I can read the names. If your name is called, please stand up or raise your hand on Zoom. So Zoom, I have Bruce Carnes now, Elia Engelert. Sorry, I'm going to mess these names up. Becky Abbott, Barbara Rabineau, Pat Lilas, Joelle Nolting, Elizabeth West, Erin Coleman, Marilyn Bain, So are you intending to use all 16 of these people? Is that the intent? Okay. And then, so I have yourself, Marlo, I have Rachel Thompson, Cynthia Roper, Katie Smith, Frank Katz, Robert Horton, and Mildred Horton. Okay, so if you're, if you can come forward, if you're, just so we can, if you're in the room.
We didn't do that the last time.
These are the individuals that have conceded their time to these two speakers
Find them and I will locate them on
Zoom.
Yeah, and if I didn't call your name on Zoom, please lower your hand. You want to start with the people in the room while I'm working on the? Oh, let me just identify everybody over here. Yeah, sorry. Okay, Bruce.
So who here is going to speak at the podium? Cynthia? Because you're ceding your time, and so you're all ceding your time to her. Okay, so Cynthia's the only one. So let me swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And podium, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Yeah, they can. I'm sorry, if you've ceded your time, you can go sit down. I just wanted to make sure we were accounted for. Elizabeth West. Okay, so online, I don't see Barbara Rabideau, Pat Lilas, Elizabeth West. Oh, okay, so you're okay. This said you're on Zoom, so thank you. Okay. Is here in person? Okay, thank you. Pat is in here, so that was Elizabeth's here. Barbara and Aaron Coleman and Marilyn Bain. Oh, I see Marilyn. Okay, thank you. Aaron Coleman, see you, thank you. And then Barbara. I think it's all alphabetical, I think, but. Oh, there she is. Okay, fabulous. I think we got everybody.
Or I have a Mac and I can play it, but you want it to.
30 minutes.
Okay.
Let me get 12,
16,
16,
probably
30.
the HDMI out of my machine, but not without.
Okay, if you're on Zoom and you're ceding your time, please lower your hand. Thank you.
How many people conceded their time for these two speakers?
Sorry, Chair Clow, including the two speakers, I have 16 total.
Okay, thank you.
So 32 minutes.
So we finished. It's not our. You could try the MP4. Just the other one. Okay. Okay. Need to stop it.
Hi, I'm Marlo Morrison. I live at 1111 Morning Drive. And I am the Tiempos Lindos HOA president. And I just want to say thank you for having us here this evening. I want to thank the number of people here tonight that are actually outside of our neighborhood, and they're in other districts as well. And their presence here tonight really highlights that this proceeding is a citywide concern about Santa Fe parks and open space, and how the sale was actually handled, and how it's brought us here tonight. So something I also want to point out too is it was our neighborhood, Tempos Lindos, 20 years ago that actually helped designate this open space. And we worked quite hard on that Acequia Trail system to get those connections because as you know, that parkland is infrastructure. And when we have access to our infrastructure, it makes our neighborhoods walkable and much higher quality of life. So that was something that we originally did as well. So we are on a strict time limit. So I'm going to go ahead and get this presentation started. And thank you so much for your attention.
I also need to introduce. I'm Rachel Thompson. I live at 3306 Camino Cielo Vista, which is right next to the rodeo grounds.
Thank you all for gathering this evening and giving your attention to us. I first want to acknowledge and thank the 15 volunteers who ceded their time to make this presentation possible. I also want to remind commissioners that the previous 30-minute presentation Tiempos Lindos HOA presented in April was included in tonight's packet for your review. This presentation tonight is a continuation of that conversation as none of the statistics or information about the community has changed. Now, I do want to do a short recap of that presentation. In 1999, Colpac was accepting applications for open space and residents in our neighborhood applied. This property has reached a high standard of criteria in its dedication as open space. Hundreds of hours of community involvement resulted in the city adopting it as parkland on the general plan and the Southwest Area Master Plan, thus becoming an intricate part of our community's infrastructure. Tiempos Lindos and its residents are committed to staying involved through facilitating relationships needed to help with maintenance and improvements. Preliminary discussion with Melissa McDonald, Director of Parks, says the open space will cost the same amount to maintain as the park proposed tonight by the applicant. Now, we don't want to forget about the kids, and we don't want to forget about the importance of this open space in this location as an educational resource. The county management plan focused heavily on environmental education, science, culture, and art for the 5 public schools within walking distance. And this kind of educational resource can only be accessible in an intact high desert ecosystem. Our community is also interested in the introduction of Nature Play, a progressive design of play structure, supporting the original intention of a community park, not just a neighborhood park. Public health concerns have been justified by the Community Health Profile Santa Fe Southside Sector Greenway Loop Study, which was conducted in March 2021 and is a study prepared by Santa Fe's own Metropolitan Planning Office and the Santa Fe Public School Sustainability Office. This property lays smack in the middle of this study's boundaries. Its opening statement is, this community health profile captures the need for improvements to transportation environment and access to outdoor recreation in an area in Santa Fe that has been severely overlooked during past development and infrastructure planning. This health study was included in its entirety in the packet, and we hope you reviewed it prior to this evening. So what has newly developed in this case? Well, we went from public land to private land, and we're going to start talking about our response to that. First, though, unfortunately, I'd like to talk about the narrative we've encountered from the applicant that has brought up some real concerns. Our diverse low-income neighborhood, who's primarily made up of essential workers, and the very demographic that HomeWise serves have been publicly labeled as NIMBYs. It's a huge problem in Santa Fe, Lofton tells SFR. It's a huge problem in a lot of the country. It's a NIMBY problem. This invokes inaccurate and undermining narrative about our concerns and our participation in this case. What we perceive as this panel taking thoughtful, necessary contemplation in a controversial, complex case where decisions could set a dangerous precedence for Santa Fe parks and have unforeseen ramifications on the community or the city, have had uncalled for attacks. Mike Lofton says HomeWise is taking a risk by going through with the purchase, but decided to spend the money because he wants the city, quote unquote, to be held accountable. What happened in the Planning Commission has not been a fair process, Lofton says. If we're going to deal with the issues in Santa Fe, especially affordable housing, we need a land use department and planning commission that is more functional than it is. So I've had to bring this awkward and very undesirable conversation up because homeowners are invested in the city. And because of this, we have different responsibilities than other citizens, most notably the avocation of quality of life, public health, and resource stewardship. These are not exclusionary acts, nor NIMBY-focused concerns. And the lack of acknowledgement from the applicant about these concerns have made it difficult to have a substance-based conversation about their proposal. Our neighborhood residents have been involved on record for 22 years in active, healthy conversations with the city. The Southwest Area Master Plan is that conversation, and it embodies our sector's community vision. This is a commitment from the city to its constituents. As we continue to seek justice for 22 acres of open space, we support any of you that are empowered to deny the general plan amendment and the rezoning requests supported by Chapter 14 violations that we have brought up. However, we will demonstrate our community's continued desire to plan its neighborhood based on our sector's needs, which are very different from the rest of the city's needs. I'm going to pass you off to Rachel Thompson to explain how our community, if given the chance, can help solve these issues while also considering the applicant as a business entity.
I want to thank several members of the city staff who have been especially helpful to us over the last year as we navigate this proceeding. Lee Logston, Dan Escobar, and Maggie Moore in planning, Melissa McDonald in Parks and Rec, and for me just recently, Philip and Leonard in the city's GIS department, and some of the GIS folks in the county as well. One of the concerns that was raised last April is that for the real estate developer, time is money. So I just want to point out a couple of the events that have taken place since then. On April 29th, HomeWise concluded its purchase of the property from the county. On July 7th, Alex Zanderlat gave the affordable housing presentation that the commissioners had requested in April. And on July 21st, HomeWise filed its master plan application. So these delays have been driven by parties other than the neighborhood. While we share the sense of sort of urgency about reaching a conclusion to this debate, we also appreciate all of the time that the commission has taken to consider the issues so far, and hope you will consider to do that so that we thoroughly explore all of the issues before a decision is reached. I thought it would be helpful if we started to orient ourselves by looking together at a map of the neighborhood. This was prepared as part of the South Meadows open space timeline, which was in your packet. And it has a short or compressed history of this area from 1964 to tonight. And it tells the story also of how Tiempos Lindos neighborhood applied for and received from the county the status of valuable open space that led to its being designated as open space by the county. It follows it from there through the county's decision to sell the land, through HomeWise's purchase of the land. And it explains a lot of things that we have all found very complicated. So we hope that's helpful to you. We'll start with a big blue circle in the middle, which is the Country Club Gardens mobile home park. And this area has a lot of mobile home parks. You'll see another one on the very opposite side of the frame, Calle Inez. To the lower right of the Country Club Gardens, you'll see the Santa Fe Civic Housing. Those are 62 apartments that were built in 1964, right on Airport Road. Above Country Club Gardens, you see Fairway Village, which was built as affordable housing in the 1984-85 timeframe. And the homes there, when they went on the market, there were 47 townhouses, and they started at $52,500. Just to the right of Country Club Gardens, you see the Tiempos Lindos neighborhood. Tiempos Lindos is taking the lead with the other neighborhoods in this proceeding. And that also was built by a local developer. And it was 59 homes that started at $59,000. Many of these houses are still, would be considered affordable today because they were built as affordable housing. And they are the reason that the neighborhood remains as diverse as it does. To the north of the South Meadows open space is Colores del Sol, and to the east. And that's a project that was built by a local developer, Jeff Branch, who everybody knows still today. And it was built in several phases. Below that, the Eberline Brownfield site, which has been just sort of an albatross for everyone since the plant was abandoned or closed down in 2007. Right to the east of that, we see Walgreens. We all know Walgreens. And then there are two schools. Sweetie Elementary is right on the opposite side of Airport Road, more or less from the Walgreens. And then you see another blue rectangle, actually a polygon up in the northeast corner of this map, the Ramirez Thomas Elementary. Both of those schools were involved in planning for the open space when the county had it and developed its plan. And then just below Ramirez Thomas, we have the Casa Vita senior apartments. Rufina Street comes down to Jemez Road, crosses Jemez Road, and it goes over to the rotary that we see at South Meadows. And that's a very congested rotary these days. Rufina ends there at the start of the South Meadows open space, and that will be where we have a future bike path to extend all the way along the path you see, extension of the Acequia Trail. And the bike trail is immediately adjacent to the open space, and it's simply a matter of taking a fence down and then being able to work with both of those sites. You will often hear or read that HomeWise is planning a park of 6 acres and change. And when you hear that, it means that they have added in the space that is in fact the bike trail. So their part that they're proposing is 5.12 acres. I'm now going to review several census maps, which we prepared for the last hearing. They're a little prettier now, and I thought it was worth reviewing them quickly. First off, we are focused on 2 particular census tracts because the South Meadows space is right on the border of the 2. And those are the ones you're seeing in the map that I showed, 12.04 and 12.05. Certainly what's happening on the other side of Airport Road affects deeply the needs and the density and other characteristics of the neighborhood, and we'll see that in these maps, but we focused in just on these 2. This first diagram shows the density of the population across the city census tracts. And the deepest blue in the two census tracts we're looking at is the highest number of people per square mile. We understand that more affordable housing is needed, but why would you go about sort of decompressing the densest area in the city by building more houses right in the middle of it? The second diagram, again based on recent American Community Survey data, shows just how many children there are growing up on the South Side. This map is looking at children 14 and under, and you see that there are many in the areas surrounding the South Meadows open space. This last diagram correlates well with the community health profile of the South Side called the Greenway Loop, which Marlo referenced, and which was published in March of 2021. I'll just read a couple of its conclusions. The authors of this report have found that the population of the South Side sector have a higher morbidity rate at a younger age than the city average age of death. Community assets that enable healthy lifestyles, such as grocery stores, farmers markets, and opportunities for safe outdoor physical activity are missing. We saw the disproportionate impact that the coronavirus had on the South Side, and we know that there's going to be another pandemic one day. It's for this same reason that the Trust for Public Land has issued no fewer than 4 reports on the heels of the coronavirus pandemic. They too believe that the South Meadows area of Santa Fe needs more green space. I'm going to switch gears now and address the HomeWise proposal specifically. What I'm presenting is an alternative to what's on the table today. We're going to start by making the picture bigger. Here we have the park, we have the affordable housing, and we're adding in the Everline site, which has been more or less abandoned since 2007, and which has always been a liability for this community. Here are the changes we would like to see in HomeWise's proposed project. We would like for HomeWise to develop 10 acres with 50% affordable housing and leave the other 12 acres to the neighborhood for what I'm calling SMOS Park, to the north portion of the site. And then we'd want the land replatted so that that land could be deeded to the city. We would ask the city to dedicate the park, and we'd also ask the city to maintain the park. And we'd also like the parking to be on the south side of SMOS Park, which would put it off of the main entranceway to the HomeWise site. Our proposal entails reaching outside the boundaries of the city of Santa Fe and even the county to obtain funding for a park that we think could be very exciting. But in order for this to work, the land has to be publicly owned. There are foundations and federal agencies that learned the lessons of the pandemic and are eager to assist, particularly urban communities, to fund new parks, to begin to balance the inequities that exist in open space today. But again, this land has to be owned by the city. It can't be in private hands, or none of these resources will be available. We would like to create a new entity which would be responsible for the park planning and finances. And we would credit HomeWise for the additional 7 acres that they're contributing, and would want to capture the remainder of funds that the organization would set aside for park design and construction. We understand those costs these days to be in the ballpark of $500,000 an acre. So we would like to create a fund, and into this fund, the neighborhood would begin to work also on seeking grants from federal, state, national, and local nonprofits and corporate foundations. And then we'd like to take several months to plan the park in a collaborative process, including the schools, the Acequia Trail planning team, HomeWise, and the neighborhood. We would like residents who live within some radius of this project get first shot at the affordable units if they qualify. We'd like HomeWise to assist them the way it assists all of their clients with financial counseling and obtaining mortgages. And we would like HomeWise to do something else that it does all over the city. We'd like it to agree to purchase the homes of these homeowners and prepare those homes for resale as affordable homes. Finally, we think it's time to do something with the Everline site, and we think HomeWise is the perfect organization to do it. The EPA has an extensive brownfields rehabilitation program for which HomeWise is uniquely qualified. It's uniquely qualified because it is a nonprofit and for-profit firms cannot receive funds from the EPA, and because it's in the affordable housing sector. I spoke with a person at the Texas office of the EPA, and she sounded very excited to have a proposal from New Mexico and said that the affordable housing element of this would make it especially attractive for funding. Adding that site to the affordable housing on South Meadows and Airport, along with a mixed-use project that has some local stores, services to make this community more walkable, and additional affordable housing will be transformative at this intersection. HomeWise would be able to integrate that site with the affordable housing behind it, creating a much more usable lot line and a nice, 20 some odd acre site. It would serve both sides of Airport Road. Now, we can't obviously direct HomeWise to do this, but in fact, it's quite possible they're having discussions with Everline today about, what they would like to do in the future there. It would certainly make that corner more attractive, and it would generate additional economic activity for the city.
Okay, so hang in there with us. We just introduced a lot of detailed information that is very exciting to add to the decision-making of this case. And I just need a few more minutes of your time to make a couple more points. Plans like the swamp are extremely important. And if plans like these are not followed, why do we have them? Why do we take the time of hundreds of staff and public members to create them? It doesn't matter who owns the land for these plans to be relevant in these decisions tonight. The applicant has the right to develop the land they purchased with zoning R1 and the land use of parkland. They do not have the right to a general plan amendment or a rezoning. Now, they could develop as R1, but why? The plan we just presented reaches their mission statement and profit goals much more adequately. In fact, with development responsibilities removed from 12 acres, it makes this project almost as profitable, and it restores some of the original intent. When we allow developers to bypass neighborhood plans like the swamp, we are missing out on problem-solving skills and conversations without legal restrictions over the people who live and are vested in those neighborhoods. And this creates a sense of place. We are the community members that engaged in the lengthy process with the city and the county to create this needed open space. This purchase of public parkland is an overreach. And as much as HomeWise is an asset to the city, and we do believe that HomeWise is an asset to the city, this purchase and proposal undermines the relationship and commitments the city has with its constituents. And it blatantly disregards time and financial investments of the taxpayers. No one should feel comfortable purchasing public parkland that is valuable needed infrastructure without any input from the stakeholders during its sale. And this alone really should have been a red flag for this applicant. This project was ill-conceived, and the precedents and ramifications of developing this property into anything other than open space parkland was seemingly disregarded during its inception. And not because they are some evil developers. It's because they are limited in what they can offer to community, and their mission statement cannot address public health, resource stewardship, or pressing environmental issues. However, the city's mission statement does. And we are here tonight to hold the city to that commitment that they've made to us as well. This proposal destroys social infrastructure that has been historically built up over generations. It eliminates access to an educational resource. It undermines city constituent relationships. It decreases valuable parkland in the densest sector of the city that has the most children under the age of 14. And we only have more density to come. It doesn't address environmental issues such as the area's increasing heat index problem. And that's just to name one. And it destroys a vital piece of infrastructure in an area that's been identified by the planning offices as being severely overlooked during infrastructure planning. This is not the right project for this property. Parks are not infill. We support denial of this entire project, and we hope that you will agree with us. I really do not envy the decisions that need to be made here. And we understand that those decisions can be limited by Chapter 14. And if you can't find reasons to agree in its denial in favor of compromise, we ask you to postpone this vote and this project and request the applicant be more creative in considering the community's needs while reaching their own needs. We are asking you to make the decision with the power this panel has. How can you help us? We have poured our hearts into this. Both requests of either denial or postponement are reasonable and legally justifiable given the situation. And I want to personally thank you for taking thorough, thoughtful contemplation on this case. It's going to be a hard decision to make, but we know you'll make the right one. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. It's really nice to see a more extensive, thoughtful presentations. And it's also very nice to have visuals. Thank you. Okay, so do we have others that on the list, Ms. Moore?
Yes, I have Cynthia Delgado. Step forward, be sworn in while we're waiting. Oh, you already did. Okay, great.
You didn't.
And then, yeah, we had, Rick Martinez. Thank you. Good. And then I had Joseph Kunkel. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Delgado. My address is 825 Camino Ranchitos. First, let me just thank the Planning Commission, commissioners, Madam Chair, for your time, your hard work, and your love of Santa Fe in terms of moving our community forward. I came here tonight in requesting approval for this project. Here in Santa Fe, all of us can agree that we want the best for our children. We want the best for the families of Santa Fe. We believe in affordable housing. We believe in parks/open spaces /play structures. We believe in all of those things. And after we agree, we all say, but. And I come down here to say, you have the hard job of moving Santa Fe forward in terms of an enhancement to a neighborhood with diverse types of housing, with a playground for children that can have many of the things the previous speaker spoke about in terms of learning environments. It leverages our existing infrastructure and investment here in the city. It leverages our connection to other neighborhoods and to the parks. And so I ask that in the big job in front of you, that you approve this to go to the city council. And again, I thank you for your time, your commitment, and your hard work.
Chair, Commissioners, Rick Martinez, 725 Wasilla Road. I don't live in that neighborhood, but if I stay silent on this issue, it looks like I'm in favor of it. So I'm not going to stay silent. So I really want to say what I really think. Let's talk about the transparency of the way this thing started. Was Joe Public even asked by the county commissioners whether the land should be kept as an open space before a backroom deal was done with HomeWise? The answer is no. Was Public Mary even asked by the mayor or councilors whether it should remain open space or better yet, a city park? The answer again was no. And it wouldn't have been nice that there would have been some kind of conversation about the negotiations and maybe split the land in half for development, the other half for open space. And you'll find the answer still is no. So that's really disturbing that there was really no public outreach from this whole project when it started from the beginning. You know, the public really had no say so. I also want to touch a little bit on the Los Acequias Park, which is a public city park. And then I want to talk about the private parks. You have Fairway Park, Fairway Village has a really nice park there, but that's a private park. And unless we really push, you guys really push the city taking over this park, it could stay as a private park, and it could be closed to the public at any time, because Los Acequias Park has a lot of crime in there, a lot of things that happen, bad things that happen in there, and they can't close that because that's a city park. But if this stays as an open park, HomeWise has that opportunity to close it. And you also got to remember, there is no parking for this park that they're proposing, only back in the far back part of the neighborhood. So, you know, how do you really call this really a public park? I want to thank you guys again, and I know you guys have a tough decision, but I just say that I think we really need to negotiate something better than what is there on the table. Thank you.
Joseph?
Hi. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Joseph Kunkel, 1004 Agua Fria Street. I serve the pleasure to be on the board of HomeWise. I also lead Santa Fe's largest nonprofit architecture planning and design firm, Mass Design Group, which stands for a model of architecture serving society. Our mission is to research, build, and advocate for an architecture that promotes justice and human dignity. And I'm here in support of tonight's proposal. What I find, our firm works on affordable housing developments across the nation, and we are we really look at this development as a purpose-built development that will activate an essential parcel of land in Santa Fe, addressing the critical needs of affordable housing while addressing the open space concerns. In my opinion, this checks all the boxes of what affordable housing development should be, addressing the kind of deep affordable needs of affordable housing while setting aside critical open space. I urge you all to consider approving this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Clow, the next names on the list I have are Adam Johnson, Dave Englert, and Shelby Englert.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Adam Johnson, 121 Arroyo Honda Trail. Chair Clow, members of the commission, good evening. I'm Adam Johnson. I'm the executive director of the Old Santa Fe Association. Look, this issue is complicated. We absolutely support affordable housing. HomeWise, the developer, has a great track record for affordable developments in Santa Fe, and we admire the vast majority of their efforts. However, in this instance, OSFA is concerned about the sale of land by the county behind closed doors. In 2001, Santa Fe County used taxpayer money to buy the South Meadows tract as a key part of its open space and trails program. After the city annexed this area of town in 2014, the county offered at least twice to donate the land to the city, but the city rejected the open space. Approached by HomeWise about purchasing the land in 2020, the county manager at the time recommended sale, and county commissioners voted in a closed executive session to sell the park space. There was no public announcement of the sale. Only in 2021, September 2021, did area residents learn of the sale agreement. Other future paths the surrounding neighborhood might have taken were not explored. There was no opportunity for to advocate for the county's original plan to develop open space, no opportunity to agitate for the city to accept the park space from the county, nor was there any opportunity for the neighborhood or a local nonprofit to raise funds to buy the plot and guide its development. We believe the city and county need to learn lessons about transparency here. The proposal we saw in the video to allow for a 12-acre park while also situating affordable housing in the rest of the lot is a promising compromise. It would do much to give this region more of what it needs: space for recreation, space to live. It's a region that is too often forgotten. So tonight I ask that we not forget about them, that instead we explore compromise and recognize the efforts of this neighborhood to chart its own future. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and swear both of you in at the same time. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello. My name is Dave Englert. I live at 2772 La Silla Dorada, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm only addressing 3 issues. It's about Eberline. And I don't know how you guys can make a decision without conferring with the state regarding this. You need to know that there's over 16 curies of unconfined cesium-137 below that property. That's a lot. The cleanup has been ongoing for a very long time. They've been in and out of Superfund a couple times. And it's just, I find that the state is unlikely to support any kind of unrestricted deed. And then finally, HomeWise did try to hire a consultant to do a radioactive assessment of the area. I reviewed the document and found it to be very inappropriate. My experience has been, I worked for the state at the DOE Oversight Bureau, and I looked for radionuclides the entire time I was with the state, at Los Alamos, at Sandia, and at the website. Thank you. Oh, just one other thing. How can we, I believe that there's a ballot that is asking us to vote for $5 million this Tuesday. And I wonder how the government can expect us to vote positive for anything like that concerning the way that we've been treated, the residents, the neighborhoods in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shelby Englert. I'm at 1193 Morning Drive. And I wanted to remind everybody, nobody in this fight is against affordable housing. It's a huge issue. I really do respect HomeWise and your mission statement. But wow, HomeWise and Jenkins and Co. Are really painting a beautiful picture, but it's wildly misleading. And a park like what they describe is unrealistic. Please ask them to be more specific on what they're actually going to install before you approve it. And how can it be guaranteed that it's going to be maintained? Because I don't know if you've seen the parks on our side of town. I'm glad you're using existing roadways and water lines, but these were not designed to hold this dense of a population. Ultimately, we're far too populated in this area. I understand there are certain studies done, but these traffic studies inadequately represented and probably deliberately excluded the very major busy street of Agua Fria, which is 1 block away from the development. And this study was done before the hundreds, I don't know how many hundreds of condos were completed just down the street. So to say there's no breakdown in traffic flow is just plain wrong. And thank you for bringing up the radiation, the Eberline radiation. How can we trust reports on traffic and, Eberline if they're paid for by the developer? How is this unbiased? Thank you for, responding to the request to move the townhomes away from the backyard, from our backyards. But keep in mind, a lot of those homes on that side are like 4 feet.
Please conclude your remarks.
Okay. But yeah, keep that in mind. We're up against 2-story, like way up there, right? Yeah, I just please at least deny the R21 request. Thanks.
Thank you. The next names I have on the list are Joanna Garcia, Cipriana Herrera, Yetzali Aguilar, Mayela Mireles. Please come up front.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Joanna Garcia. I live at 1190 Morning Drive. I'm one of the pioneers that has been with the open space since inception. I was part of that project to get it going. When I first found out that the open space was going to be sold, it was by coincidence. Councilman Abeyta was in our area because one of our neighbors had called about wanting to donate part of our land, which was homeowners association land, to the city for parking. And we got to talking when Councilman Abeyta advised me that we should be happy that there'd be parking there for the new open space development that HomeWise was intending on buying. And that was the first time that I ever heard anything about it. First time the news, hit the sheet. So immediately I called Commissioner Hansen and I left her a message and asked her what was going on. I reached out to Paul Olson, the open space director at the time, who we already had extreme ties with. We were already really good friends. We already kept an eye on. We could call him for open space issues or problems, gates down, fences down, things like that. So we already had an open rapport. So I was a little confused that they never called us to give us the heads up that they were going to have a BCC meeting to sell this land. We never heard about it. We were never a part of it. So that's how we found out about the sale of the land. Mr. Lofton came to our homeowners association and spoke to us about wanting to build the school there. That was his main mission, was to find a place for the school. And I know you already know all that. I know my 2 minutes are up. I'll finish it out. Okay. Everyone needs to know that the issue here isn't really affordable housing. It's the theft of open space. It was a park in perpetuity that was reserved for the communities of the South Side. All the affordable housing, smoke and mirrors, that it's just that. There's always going to be a crisis.
Ma'am, please conclude your
for
comments. Thank
Open
you.
space. Excuse me?
Please conclude your comments. Thank you.
I am. Because HomeWise doesn't give a darn about the health, the natural habitats, the longstanding neighborhoods that cared for the park. The people paid for this park. So I'm hoping that, you give it some consideration as to, more park than what they're offering up over here or trying to steal. Thank you.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Itzali Reina. I live in Country Club Gardens Mobile Home Park. Hello, Planning Commission and members. I am an organizing for Chainbreaker Collective and a resident in Country Club Mobile Home Park. Chainbreaker is a membership-based economic and environmental justice organization with over 800 dues-paying members in Santa Fe, most of whom are low-income people of color. Chainbreaker has been organizing in the Airport Road corridor and the Midtown area for over 18 years, and most of our members live in these two neighborhoods. We are here tonight to encourage you to recommend approval of the Los Prados development project on South Meadows Road and the Midtown rezoning proposals to the City Council. Even though these seem like separate issues, they're deeply connected. All too often, development drives displacement, particularly for low-income people of color. This happens for many reasons, and ending the cycle requires more than a single development, policy, or project. We believe the Los Prados proposal is a step in the right direction. We came to this belief after organizing for months, knocking on doors, calling on our neighbors, and creating events that let us have the space needed to have deep conversations about our issues and the best solutions for them. Based on that organizing, we believe that this proposal benefits the current community and sets a good precedent for development in Santa Fe that can also serve as a model for other developments. In 2015, we conducted a health impact assessment, which showed that the Airport Road area is significantly disinvested in. Disinvestment is a primary risk factor for gentrification. The Los Prados plan starts to address this for community members by building a park closer to their homes, their jobs, and schools without having to commute long hours by car, which harms our environment and our wallets. It also brings trail connectivity to the area, which has been a top priority for our members for over a decade.
Please conclude your remarks.
Yes. Chainbreaker will continue to organize and build power. When it comes time for the city to decide what gets built on Midtown, we will look to the Los Prados development as a conversation starter. We will build on the strengths for this proposal as we continue to expand the city's abilities to ensure the development in South Meadows and all of Santa Fe happens without displacement. We encourage you to recommend the approval to the City Council. Thank you.
Melissa, can you swear everyone in that's standing up?
Yes. Go ahead and come this way. I'm going to swear you in. Are you going to translate for them? Okay. Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Usted se va a poner los audífonos para que ella le hable a usted y luego yo voy a decirlo en español. También en inglés.
No, yo lo voy a decir en español. Tú lo dices en
Ok,
inglés.
sí.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Gracias por escucharnos. Mi nombre es Cipriana Jurado Herrera. Vivo en Sierra Vista, en el parqueadero, y vengo a pedirles que aprueben esta propuesta. Uno de los problemas fundamentales.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cipriana Jurado, and I have came here in front of you guys.
Uno de los problemas que en los últimos años ha crecido aquí en Santa Fe es la falta de hogares, tanto de casas y apartamentos de renta para las familias de bajos ingresos.
One of the problems that has been growing here in the city of or Santa Fe is the not affordable housing or low income apartments.
Las familias de bajos recursos necesitamos viviendas accesibles y dignas. Aquí se ha hablado mucho de la violencia que ha crecido.
So low income families need an affordable home. Here we have talked a lot about the crime rate.
Y lo que ha ocasionado esto es que las familias tenemos que vivir, compartir nuestras casas. Yo comparto la casa con otra familia, que es mi hijo y su familia, pero hay otras familias que viven con diferentes gentes que ni se conocen entre sí, y esto ocasiona violencia, que los niños y los jóvenes no tengan un lugar adecuado para vivir.
The issue of unaffordable housing has created families having to live amongst each other. So for example, I live with my son and his family, but other families live with people that they don't even know.
Si queremos que nuestra ciudad siga siendo una ciudad tranquila y que sea para todos y todas, necesitamos construir casas accesibles para las familias donde tengan un lugar para recrearse. Obviamente que queremos parques y todo, pero uno de los principales problemas ahorita en la ciudad es dónde vamos a vivir, porque cada vez los parqueaderos donde tenemos un poco más de acceso a las familias de bajos recursos están cerrando más ese tipo de propiedades.
So if we want to continue to decrease the delinquency in this city, we need to make those homes affordable. Because what's happening right now is those mobile home parks are creating barriers and making it more impossible for us to get housing.
Y les pido por favor que tomen en cuenta eso. No queremos que nuestros hijos e hijas no se incremente la violencia. Y esto va a ayudar mucho tener un lugar accesible y sobre todo confortable para nosotras las familias. Gracias.
And I want to please ask that you take that in consideration because we want our daughters and our sons to have a safe place. And this will help eliminate that. So thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros de planeación,
Good evening, members of the planification.
de comisión de planeación, perdón. Yo sé que ya todos estamos cansados y que quieren terminar, ¿no?
Necesito su nombre y su dirección.
Perdón.
Sorry.
Mi nombre es Mayela Bernal Mireles.
Sorry, my
y
name
vivo en
is
6151 Airport Road,
Sorry, my name is Mayela
Bernal
Mireles. And I live
y vivo en 6151 Airport Road.
6161.
6151.
15 Airport Road.
Y el motivo de estar aquí de estar yo aquí es para pedirles a ustedes que aprueben este proyecto que tiene Homeways.
The reason that I'm here is to ask that you guys approve this project that HomeWise has.
Yo he vivido en Santa Fe durante 20 años. 10 años los he vivido en Country Club Gardens.
I have lived in Santa Fe for 20 years. 10 of those years have been in Country Club Mobile Home Park.
Yo vivo en un tráiler que es del año del 74. Entonces, por lo cual, en un poco de tiempo, mi tráiler ya no va a servir. Se va a caer el techo, se van a caer las paredes y me voy a quedar sin hogar.
I live in a trailer that was built in 1974, and here in a bit, you know, the roof is gonna collapse. I won't have a place to live anymore.
El sábado, las personas del Homeways estuvieron en un evento con nosotros ahí en el parqueadero.
On Saturday, HomeWise was there in the mobile home park doing an event.
Y todos mis vecinos estuvieron de acuerdo con que pues ellos nos están dando la oportunidad de tener una casa digna y a un precio accesible, un precio que nosotros, las personas que tenemos 2 trabajos y aún así no podemos pagar una vivienda.
All of the neighbors agreed and are thankful for the opportunity that HomeWise is giving us and providing affordable home for people like me that have 2 jobs and it's still not enough.
Quizás las personas que no están de acuerdo en que se haga este proyecto, ellas tienen dónde vivir, pero nosotros no tenemos.
Maybe those that are against this project have a place to live, but we don't have a place to live.
Entonces, no quiero, nada más solo quiero decirles que tomen en cuenta lo que yo les estoy diciendo, porque yo soy real. Yo no tengo, mi casa es un tráiler viejo, que no tengo mucho. Entonces, si ellos me están dando una oportunidad para vivir una casa digna, yo pienso que es un regalo que Dios nos manda. En serio.
And I just want you to take this into consideration. I'm a real person. I maybe don't have a home to live, but if I do want to say that, please take this into consideration and give me the opportunity to have a home. And you know, if God is giving us this opportunity and this blessing, I think we need to take it.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. The next on the list, I have Alma Aguilar. I have Patricia Aguilar, Miles Conway, and Janet Smith.
I'll go ahead and swear all of you in that she called. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
I just wanted to say that I'm going to translate for Ms. Aguilar because although I understand the very difficult job English to Spanish translations have, I do want to note that the past 2 speeches, a lot of the context was lost for what they were saying, which was very important, especially for this type of meeting. So I know as a state. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Isabel. I live in 1299 Temple Road.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Patricia Aguilar y yo vivo en Coronwood, 2637 Walnut Street.
Hi, my name is Patricia Aguilar. I'm sorry. My name is Patricia Aguilar and I live in Cottonwood, mobile home parks, 2535.
2637 Walnut Street.
Okay.
Yo apoyo el proyecto de los Prados porque es una oportunidad que es una oportunidad de que pueda tener una casa a un precio que yo puedo pagar.
I'm for the project of Los Prados because this is an opportunity where I can have a house with a price that I can actually afford.
Y le pone el ejemplo al desarrollo de Midtown para que cumpla con las necesidades de Santa Fe.
And it's also an example for the development of Midtown, so we can all accomplish the necessities that Santa Fe has.
Estuvimos trabajando junto con Rompecadenas
We have been working along with Chainbreaker Collective
para invitar a nuestros vecinos que nos unamos para formar un comité de inquilinos.
to invite all of our neighbors to form a committee of renters
Que vea por nuestras necesidades
that can watch out for our own necessities
y poder conseguir una vivienda accesible
and to be able to have an affordable house
que estamos necesitando porque no podemos seguir pagando renta.
that we need because we can't keep affording the rent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, members of the commission. My name is Miles Conway. I'm the executive officer of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. I live at 495 New Mexico 592 87506. And our offices are located in this neighborhood. And I'm also carrying a letter on behalf of the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce in support of this master plan approval, the rezoning, and the general plan amendments. Our association represents about 350 members who feed their families, thanks to the Northern New Mexico's home sweet home building industry. We support this project. As stated in the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority's Housing New Mexico, a call to action report. If you don't mind, I'll read it. It's only 274 pages, but it really outlines the massive scope of the problem that we face in this state and in this community to deliver affordable or housing or any housing, even in the realm of affordability. So as stated in this report, between now and 2035, Santa Fe County needs over 7,000 additional rental and owner occupied housing units. Making matters more alarming, over 1,000 federally assisted rental homes will have their subsidies expire by 2030. So as planning commissioners, I'm certain you appreciate the rare bird that this HomeWise project represents. As someone who for decades accepted the myth that developers were causing housing prices to skyrocket out of the reach of working people, I've gained a much greater appreciation how difficult, if not seemingly impossible, it is to bring residential housing projects out of the ground that are in any way affordable for working people, especially in these days of rising labor and supply chain costs. Couple that with the lengths that HomeWise has gone to propose building 161 affordable, energy efficient homes, half of which will meet the affordable housing standards, far exceeding the city's guidelines. A park which nobody, I'm very sorry, including the city and county has any notion of building, a park that boasts system connectivity. It's quite simply a model for development that meets the work towards a greater good. A project with this commission and this city can no longer afford to let die in the vine. Again, thank you for your time. I urge approval. More or less, the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce issues a letter that also supports passage of this project to create this sort of workforce housing. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Clout and Commissioners. As was stated by Mayor Weber during your March, I'm sorry, Jeanette Smith, 3085 Hamus Road. As was stated by Mayor Weber during your March 30th meeting, the Planning Commission is a citizen body. We are asking you to use your own experience to ensure that you are listening to the voices of our community and render your best decision in the interest of the community. The voices of our community have spoken loudly and often, requesting that this rezoning proposal be denied and the open space be left as is. The residents of our community are the original purchasers of the land, and we are requesting that you let us keep our south side open space. Thank you.
Thank you. The next names I have on the list are Alan Fugler, Julie Sprott, Cheryl Odom, Aaron Perez Rivera. Please come forward.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Alan Fugler. I live at 2500 Sawmill Road for the time being. I appreciate first off, let me say, I'm a 15-month resident of Santa Fe. I am a climate refugee from Central Florida. I got out just before Hurricane Ian. I chose to be in Santa Fe because I love this community. I love the Smart Growth Initiative. I love the cordiality of people here. You don't get this in Florida. This is the reason I chose to make this my forever home. I'm already a landowner. I'm building an earthship to be gentle on the earth. If I can ever get through the county permitting process, nobody can help me with that here, though, I'm assuming. No. I do want to say that I come with a cautionary tale of unbridled development. That is the curse of Central Florida, curse of all Florida, but certainly the curse of Central Florida. I think that the proposal that made by HomeWise, while their mission is very admirable, I appreciate their mission, their dedication to affordable housing. Certainly that's a mission that's sorely needed in this community. I trust me, I'm a renter right now as I build. I think that the proposal and the counter proposals made by the folks most directly impacted should be considered. I don't think there's any pressing need to push forward with this project as proposed. In just monitoring this for the past year or so, I understand that there's some issue with the bond issue. I don't know if the current state of the project is congruent with the original bond issue. I think that perhaps even the Inspector General could take a look at the history of how this product, the property came into the hand of HomeWise. Not that anybody did anything wrong. I'm not leveling any accusations. I'm just saying that reasonable heads and cool heads should prevail in this. To go from a zoning of R1 to R21 seems rather dramatic to me. Am I done already? Gosh, dog, I shouldn't have started with the bio, huh? I would just ask that the council consider deferment of this project to consider counter proposals by the residents most directly impacted. Thank you.
Pardon me? Yes, I'll swear on you as well. Okay. That's okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address when you get ahead.
Just to let you know, Ms. Odom won't be here. She already left. And I'm Julie Sprott. I live at 3113 Primo Colores, across from the park. And I have been feeling very sad about what has happened. What I'm also sad about is that I hear these beautiful people who are so struggling, and that the city that there's so little affordable housing. How did that happen? You know, how did the people wangle around not to really, the builders not really provide enough of that? That's one thing. So I think that issue alone is the bigger issue, and that to take a park instead of looking for other land, and there is other land available just up the street on the left side where that development could go. And we'd all still have that park, which is so essential, as you hear from many people, the importance of that open space in a park. So it breaks my heart this has happened, and that there's so little affordable housing, really affordable housing in the city. It's just unbelievable, really. Thank you.
Hello,
Aaron Perez Rivera, address 1832 South Salado. I'm here today, really just to kind of voice my experience, with these projects. I'm a native of Santa Fe, and I have, built my practice in Albuquerque. I'm a young professional who has stayed here, gone to school here. And really my ultimate goal is to just be able to relocate back to Santa Fe. And when you see someone like me, you probably don't see, how do I say, affordable housing. But like I said, under what I've done here in New Mexico, built my practice, I pay gross receipts tax, expenses are higher than ever, but I love New Mexico. And while I understand that there is a sacrifice of open space per se, I think the project itself has a fantastic compromise, as well as integrating those trails and all that. But like I said, I also think this project represents integration. You put people like myself, who, need these affordable housing programs. I'm just getting started, trying to grow and stay here. So like I said, when you see it's more about integration and, being able to stay here, and give back to my community, through my services. And really, that's all I wanted to really say, that when you see someone like myself, I'm just starting out, and these types of things at HomeWise, these programs, have really helped me and getting me closer to home ownership. And I would love to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have Ruben Macias, Ellen Stone, Richie Moses, Art Sproul, and Scott Schuker. Thank you. Come forward.
Go ahead. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ruben Macias. My address is 5207 Via Nubis, Santa Fe 87507. I come to you today to, at first, full disclosure, I am an employee of HomeWise. I started on October 5th, 2022. Before that, I actually went through HomeWise to obtain my first home. They made it a reality for me. I came from Section 8 housing at the Valle Vista community, and I'm here to express my own opinions. These are not the opinions of my employer. To be completely honest, I think this is discriminatory. We've seen the differences in last names and people of color and skin color of the people that have been coming up here and expressing their need for affordable housing. And we've heard the contrary from people saying that we want affordable housing too, just not in my backyard. I think that is discriminatory in its own. We need affordable housing in this city now, and we need to act now. It is time for Santa Fe to be for Santa Feans and allow us to live here. We refuse to be pushed out all the way to Highway 14, all the way to Rio Arriba County, all the way to Albuquerque, all the way to anywhere outside but here. This is our city. We need to be able to live here. We need to be able to afford here. I work in about 4 hours at FedEx when I do my morning shift to get everyone their packages in this community. And after I clock out at 8 a.m., I go to work at HomeWise. And then I get home at about 5 o'clock, and I get to spend maybe a couple of hours with my son, my dogs, and my lovely fiance. And I have to go right back to sleep and do it again Monday through Friday. This is ridiculous. It's not a blame game of who's doing what, but what we are supporting. We need affordable housing, and we need it now. Thank you.
I'm going to ask that there be no more clapping. We got it. I'm serious. Okay, no more clapping. We understand there's pros and cons. It's getting irritated. Thank you.
Please raise your right hands. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Okay, and so will you, ma'am, when you okay, you'll be talking. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Ellen Stone. I live at 4762 Morning Street. I'm having crazy anxiety, but thank you for having this tonight. I'd like to start with saying I moved here from northeastern Oklahoma when I was 18 to attend the College of Santa Fe, which is beloved and well missed. And I, came here as a seedling and definitely established roots here. I've lived here for over 21 years. And in that time, I did own a home with my ex-husband. And when we divorced, I moved out of our family home into an apartment, luckily, that I was able to find that I could afford. It took a tremendous amount of effort to find a place that was safe and could fit me and my two boys. The reason I even have my home on Morning Street is because my slumlord sold my apartment to another slumlord who immediately jacked the price by over $125. And I was month to month. And so that was going to increase, and it did. And so by the help of HomeWise, I was able to buy my house, and it is an affordable house. It's an older house, and now it needs repairs that I cannot afford. But I am grateful for Commissioner Faulkner's comments in the March meeting very late at 11:45. For this comment, my heart sank. She said, "I trust Mike Lofton." And then the meeting closed. And I was at a loss. My heart sank. And the April meeting, my heart soared because Commissioner Faulkner, you had clearly considered what blind trust could lead to. And in that meeting, it became very clear that the commission was going to thoroughly consider what this could mean for the community. And that was not well received. And so that is why the sale has closed. That is why we're at this meeting in this moment, because the sale wasn't following the planning process. Let's not even talk about the
Please conclude your remarks.
negligence from the local government and the nepotism that has led us to this moment. But we don't have to continue this. You can make a decision that actually supports the community. It's not about not getting affordable housing. It's about the equity that will be lost. That photograph from the prior presentation that showed Airport Road in the 1980s. You
Ma'am,
can clearly
please conclude
see
your remarks. Thank you.
that South Meadows used to be meadows. And on this side of Airport Road, this is the only meadow we have left. We will have no more meadows. And the walking path that has not been completely finished
One more sentence, please.
does not take away from this land that was used and loved, is continues to be loved. We need this land. Thank you.
Do you mind if I take it off? No, take it. You can use this one. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Richmond and I live at 1097 Sunshine Way. Richie Moses, forgive the interpreter, the name is Richie Moses. And I'm here today because I'm a father of 3 children. And I take my 3 children to every park in town. And parks are important to me and my family as well as young children. And the youth are, as you can tell, addicted to technology in a time where we always have access to our phones, always have access to TV, which means that open space is more important than ever. And we need the open space for our children, and our children need an opportunity to play in the dirt with the rocks, with the sticks, and not on the swings or on constructed materials. They need to be in the dirt and in our earth. So please deny or postpone the proposement and keep our open space. Thank you.
Desi Acosta, Evelyn Garcia, Sean Duncan, Martin Herrera.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sean Duncan. My address is 4384 D Nublado, 87507. Good evening, members of the commission. I'm here to state that I fully support HomeWise's proposal for Los Prados on South Meadows. I'm an educator, father of 2 young children, and the co-founder and director of Thrive Community School. As you all are well aware, Thrive was originally part of HomeWise's proposal for South Meadows. However, after a lot of collaboration with HomeWise and residents of our local community, we decided to step away from that proposal because of the amount of feedback that we received that indicated that the best use for the space was housing that is both affordable and also for a park that's truly accessible to all members of the community. Personally, having lived in this immediate neighborhood for 3 of the last 4 years, including as a renter in Fairway Village, I can attest that the need for housing that's affordable and access to a park that can be accessed by local community members is real. And I believe that the Los Prados community will achieve that. It's undeniable that our city is experiencing a housing crisis. To highlight this, just in October, our small school had 2 students disenroll because they could no longer afford to live in Santa Fe and instead moved to Espanola to live with family members, and another moved out of state. This crisis has real impacts on student achievement, relationships, and developing a sense of security and community at a critical time. I believe this proposal will directly address this crisis. Half of all the homes that are going to be built will exceed the city's standards by 50% for affordability. Most developers, as you know, pay the fee rather than paying the fee. They pay the fee rather than building affordable housing, but HomeWise is taking a different approach. Last thing I want to say is that I want to speak to the importance of this to the world of public education. Educators need more homes. Without more homes, our teacher staffing crisis is going to continue to get worse. So I'm thankful for your patience tonight into the community dialogue. And I hope that you consider everything and vote to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Amy Chacon, Juan Acevedo, Ms. Nava, and Ted Harrison, please come to the front. And then we will move to Zoom. Thank you.
Maggie, I have one more lady that gave me her name when you were busy. Yeah, her name is Edna. So if Edna could also come forward. Okay. I'm going to swear you all in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Amy Chacon. My name is Amy Chacon, and my address is 2905 Pueblo Pintado. I come here this evening to state my full support for HomeWise's proposed development at South Meadows, and I urge the commission to approve HomeWise's proposal. I am the mother of 2, a community volunteer, a public educator, and I believe this proposed development would provide affordable housing and active public park space that our community needs. I am currently a homeowner, but I consider myself extremely lucky. I purchased at a time that things were affordable for my family. We could not afford the home we have today if we had to purchase it today. We don't take that lightly. And when we look to our colleagues, our friends, our neighbors, we want them to have the same fortune that we had in having a home. This is why we can remain in Santa Fe, and we feel it unfortunate that others may not have that opportunity. Particularly when they believe themselves and feel themselves to be part of this community, they should have the opportunity to purchase a home. Again, I am in full support of HomeWise's proposed development as it aligns with our community's needs. Thank you.
Good evening. Buenas noches. My name is Juan Acevedo. I live at 2905 Pueblo Pintado. And I am a business teacher at Capital High School. And I would like to echo the feelings and thoughts that I can see in my community. I had talked with my colleagues, and I have been seeing for the 6 years that I have been there, other teachers leaving because they cannot afford to live here in Santa Fe, moving to other school districts, or just living outside of town, going to La Ciénaga, Pecos, and others because they cannot stay in town. Recently, we host parent-teachers meetings, and I phone called parents to invite them to the meetings, but they could not attend, most of them, because they needed to work and they needed to fulfill 2 jobs to then provide the things that they need to for home. And also, I talk with my students day by day, and some of them are being absent, a lot of absentees during this school year because they need to support home. They also need to go and work because they cannot afford the rent and the bills that they need to pay. And most of these families actually live in the country club that some of the community members that are here already spoke. I totally support this initiative for my colleagues, for my students, for the community that I'm part of. And thank you. Good night.
Hello, my name is Leslie Elena Nava. Buenas noches. I have lived here in Santa Fe since I was 4. I'm sorry, 6151 Airport Road, Country Club Gardens. I have lived in Country Club Gardens since I was 4 years old, so for about 17 years. I'm currently 21, and I have not been able to move out because of how unaffordable it is to move out. There's about 9 other people in my tiny mobile home with a room of only 3 bedrooms, and my trailer is smaller than this entire room. I support HomeWise's proposed development because I have lived on the south side for many years. For many years, I have been a tutor for the Santa Fe Public Schools in the AVID program. I'm enrolled at the community college here in Santa Fe and planning to graduate in December of this year with an AA in creative writing and as well as a certificate. I recently been published in the Santa Fe Literary Review, and the proposed active park is important because it would mean a place for the children and families who grew up in the South Side to feel at home and not only own a home here on the South Side, but have ownership of something that's theirs. HomeWise has proposed to make 50% of the housing at this site affordable. More affordable housing is a critical part that the South Side needs because most families on the South Side cannot afford to live on the South Side. It's important for residents to have an opportunity to be able to own home in their own community because it means a stable place for their families and children to grow. Thank you. Gracias.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Ted Harrison, 314 South Guadalupe Street, Santa Fe. This gathering, I've set aside my prepared comments, it is tragic. I was the chair of the county's 1999 and 2001 open space bond initiatives. I have great sympathy and compassion for the members of the South Meadows neighborhood who are fighting to try to keep this open space intact. I am so disappointed, really outraged that the county pursued a sale and breached their commitment to this community by, in secret deliberations, abrogated their commitment to the community to make this land as open space. And in turn, that the city chose not to take it on as an open space project. I spent 35 years of my career protecting open space all throughout the country. I've been involved in the Rail Yard Project, and for the past 20 years, I've been involved in the protection of the Galisteo Basin Preserve. This is an initiative that is an excellent compromise in terms of taking private ownership now by the abrogation of the county and the city's decision not to continue forward with a park or open space, and instead allow this to be a mixed-use project, an integrative project that serves a broad range of public goals. I think HomeWise is to be commended for their commitment to creating a park and facilitating the range of connections that this initiative is proposing. Trail connections, the connections to the neighborhood. And I think we need to hold them accountable to the quality of the park that they bring forward. So going forward, I am sure that the city staff and the elected officials will ensure, and the community members, that the quality of planning is of an excellent quality, excellent design, and it will well serve the neighbors and community members. So with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to voice my support for this initiative.
Go ahead and raise your right hands. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Edna Lopez, and I am here. I'm in 33 Kayapawapi in Santa Fe. I'm here to absolutely advocate to you that you approve this project. I cannot believe that people, I understand people want open space, but we live in Santa Fe. The federal trails are beautiful. It isn't that far to go to an open space here. And to not approve of affordable housing is just not right. I sat here tonight and listened to the people giving testimony, and some people have been here 15 months. I can tell you my family has been here 400 plus years, and I still cannot afford a home of $600,000. I mean, I'm 25th generation and I can't afford a home here. This is something that needs to be addressed. And it isn't as though the project is ill-conceived. It's very, very integrated. It has a good mix. It has the park. And I think people that already have a home, and of course, Santa Fe is beautiful. But, you know, I have a pretty deep vested interest in this place myself. And I implore you and hope that you make a policy that affordable housing has to take precedence over a park. We do live in a beautiful place where we can walk to the mountains, go to all the federal trails, and we have open space. It inconveniences a little bit not to be able to walk, 4 blocks, and it isn't open space at this point. Thank you again. Thank you for voting for this approval.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good evening. My name is Michael Roybal. I reside at 2639 Calle Primavera. I'm here in complete favor of the proposed project. Being a young adult who was born and raised right here in Santa Fe, my reality of living in Santa Fe is slowly becoming a dream. Madam Chair, earlier in the meeting, you jokingly stated that you were taking a step in the wrong direction when you mistakenly called the wrong item on the agenda. That statement will be true should you choose to deny this project. The ladies in the video blatantly admitted that HomeWise is an asset to Santa Fe. This allows individuals like myself to afford a place to live here in Santa Fe, making our dream a reality once again. The City Different would be holding true to its name, being different, should you choose to deny this, and forcing its locals to move to surrounding areas that are more affordable. The ladies in the videos also stated that the houses in the area are already affordable, yet they say that with a lot of ambiguity. We, being this New Mexico's state capital, should be setting the example for the rest of the state when it comes to affordable housing. Families are spending more time working to afford a home rather than spending time with their family in the home. The amount of support from this community and the need for affordable housing in this community should be the impetus to approve this. And I ask that you approve this in full. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, we'll move to the folks on Zoom who have their hands raised. And I will start at the top of the list. I will promote you to panelists. Please unmute yourself, state your name, address for the record and be sworn in before you commence your comments. Thank you. Daniel Werwath.
Mr. Werwath asked maybe you could come back to him towards the end. He's putting his daughter to sleep.
Oh, he's
Is he,
here.
is he there?
She's a quick sleeper, I guess.
Okay, good.
I wish. I was just lucky tonight.
Can you speak? Can you hear us?
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Great. Daniel Werwath, 1611 Camino Porvenir.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. As many of you know, I've been working on affordable housing for about 19 years here in Santa Fe. And I'm here representing both the nonprofit I work for and the Housing Action Coalition, which is a group of over 20 local business groups, nonprofits, and organizations that are supporting affordable housing in Santa Fe. I wanted to update some statistics to just try and underscore how acute the moment we're in. And most recently, I've been serving on the county's Housing Plan Advisory Committee. So I'm privy to some recent data that is even more alarming than the data you may have already heard tonight. Most striking, in 2019, 11,000 Santa Feans left our community. That's 7% of the county's population. That was before the pandemic. They were replaced by slightly more whiter, wealthier people from other places. And so we're essentially in a one-to-one displacement situation with people moving here. And we can almost certainly say that every affordable unit that doesn't get built right now will be a family displaced from Santa Fe, or very close to it. The most recent median home price number from Q2 of 2022 is $789,000. That is a number that is affordable to 7.5% of the current residents in our community. That means that if everyone lost their mortgage today, only 7.5% of the population of this town would be able to afford that house. In 2012, for example, there were 421 homes sold under $250,000 in Santa Fe County. Last year, there were 22, and they're almost certainly uninhabitable or unmortgageable. So I urge you to approve this. I urge you to look deeper at the issues of affordable housing we're dealing with. I also urge you to look at—
Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. We have bigger problems to figure out here. And I feel for the neighborhood, which feels that they've been wronged by the process here. But that doesn't make this proposal not the highest and best use for this land. And I hope you will rule the right way tonight. Thank you.
RB on Zoom, please. I promoted you to panelist. Please unmute yourself, state your name, address, and be sworn in.
Hello. Ruth Blazer, 1151 Morning Drive in Santa Fe.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I want to start off by saying we live in Tiempo Lindos, and the property of South Meadow Park open space is going to be a huge problem ecologically, because when we get flash floods, we get mud in our kitchen. They're going to have to level or put up some kind of a barrier to keep the impervious surfaces that they're now going to have from making the flooding problem even worse than it is. But on to my remarks. At a previous meeting, HomesWise said that they had completed 5 or 6 of these projects in the immediate area. And I frankly feel that is a sufficient exercise of their mission in this area. HomeWise's project isn't giving us 5 acres of park, it's taking 22 acres of park open space. The beacon of betrayal of decades of current resident taxpayers' trust relied on the representations by Santa Fe that the South Meadow property would remain open space. There will always be more people, but once open space is developed, it's gone. I really hope you do not rezone, do not approve this project. Thank you.
Okay, Zach Chavez, I've promoted you to panelist. Please unmute yourself, state your name, address for the record, be sworn in.
Good evening, Zach Chavez, 13A San Marcos Loop.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good evening. My name is Zach Chavez. I'm the Director of External Affairs at Turquoise Trail Charter School. Turquoise Trail Charter School is the oldest charter school in the state, serves over 700 students from Santa Fe County, with a large majority of those students coming from South Santa Fe. I am here to voice support for the proposed housing development referred to as Los Prados. As a public charter school, we have been directly and negatively impacted by the lack of affordable housing in this part of Santa Fe. Specifically, over the past 2 years, it has been an ongoing challenge to recruit and hire expert teachers due to the lack of affordable housing. We have a fantastic staff at Turquoise Trail, but they, like most of Santa Fe public schools, need support in numbers. The inability to bring in high quality teaching candidates to our school community has generational impacts on our students, their families, the city of Santa Fe, and the state of New Mexico as a whole. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Krista Brenning, please promote yourself, panelist, and unmute. State your name, address, and record, and be sworn in.
Good evening. My name is Krista Brenning. I live at 5907 Terra de Corral Street.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm growing more and more frustrated by the minute because it seems like somehow the message has been sent that the supporters of open space are against affordable housing, which I have never heard anyone say. And somehow now this has become the debate. The open space supporters do support affordable housing. The message we are trying to give this evening is just to simply move this property to another space that is not open space, because what has happened is completely unethical, okay? The definition of ethics is the rational justification for our moral judgments. It studies what is morally right or wrong, just or unjust. In a broader sense, ethics reflects on human beings and their interactions with nature and with other humans, on freedom, on responsibility, and on justice. This substantiates that this sale to HomeWise was completely unethical. There is no moral justification to disregard a vote that happened and later move forward with disregard for nature and other humans in addition to their freedoms. There was no transparency or opportunity to vote about the sale of this property, which was completely unjust. HomeWise knew this and continued with their plan in an irresponsible manner. The request from HomeWise purchase itself shows little respect for the city and the constituent relationship. It undermines the conversations and commitments we have with the city and county. Now, they could potentially just sit on the property, all while this community lacks access to a trusted resource to improve our quality of life. This directly contradicts HomeWise's own mission statement to strengthen neighborhoods so that individuals and families can improve their long-term financial well-being and quality of life. This sale has the traction to be seen by the State Ethics Board. In fact, one of our open space supporters recently found out that the city staff didn't know the state auditor investigation for the sale is open and still active. You guys might want to consider that.
Please conclude your remarks.
HomeWise's website states its intention for community development, and it stated in Santa Fe, where the housing market is extremely tight, we build new development that include homes and businesses to increase proximity, walkability, and neighborhood vibrancy. The nearest bus stop to the open space is over a half a mile away.
Please conclude.
There are no restaurants, bars, galleries, gyms, or coffee shops that are walkable. The only other neighboring businesses are 2 gas stations and a Walgreens. So explain to me how this increases proximity and walkability. Do not approve this rezoning request.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Erica Campos, please state your name, address, be signed in, please. Thank you.
Hi, Erica Campos, and my address is 8100 Barstow Street.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I worked in strategic planning for St. Vincent for many years, and I now work for Hospital Services Corporation, which helps hospitals all over the state. Tierra Contenta is the neighborhood where I raised my kids, and part of why I got involved with HomeWise many years ago. The video mentioned public health. How about places to live for the healthcare workers who just saw us through the pandemic? There are plenty of places my kids could grow up playing in the dirt, just like I did growing up in New Mexico. This project represents the ability to take an open dirt lot, which I understand we're now calling open space, that I personally didn't see a soul in for decades, and give more people working in pillar industries like healthcare, law enforcement, education, food services, the ability to put down roots and have an actual park. Those products will help those who care for Santa Fe residents at a time when the city really needs to feel livable to attract people who want to work and raise families here. I hope you'll approve the project. Thank you.
Marcela Diaz. Thank you. Please state your name, address, be sworn in.
Marcela Diaz, 2459 Vereda de Encanto.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Marcela Diaz. I work for Somos Un Pueblo Unido, which is made up of immigrant workers who are essential, absolutely essential to Santa Fe's local economy. Most are low income and middle income families. And even before the pandemic, essential immigrant workers were having a hard time finding permanent housing, spending sizable portions of their income on rent and in some cases mortgages. For those who were able to save enough, many managed to purchase mobile homes and reside in local area mobile home park spaces, and continuing to deal with the precarity that comes with being a renter. The city of Santa Fe, in fact, worked with HomeWise and Somos for many years as a part of a project called Proyecto Vivienda Digna to help these mobile home park owners understand their limited rights. Seeing an opportunity for problem solving and progress, HomeWise, in deep collaboration with local groups, became a forerunner in New Mexico in providing support and loans and opportunities to immigrant workers and their families, regardless of immigration status, so that they could buy a home in the city in which they work and whose economy they chiefly sustain. Hundreds of essential immigrant workers were able to purchase their homes through HomeWise using their individual tax identification numbers, including many of our organization's members and many of my coworkers. The ongoing affordable housing crisis and the pandemic, with its long-term economic impact on families, appears to make home buying impossible in the coming years. But the lack of affordable housing does not have to be an intractable problem. It does take creativity and vision and organizing and the political will to make it happen. The prospect of additional affordable housing 161 new homes in our city where essential workers might be able to live and build a home and be a part of a community and a neighborhood is very exciting and one of the many steps that need to be taken in the right direction. The fact that HomeWise is involved, which has been a strong partner of many community-based
Please
organizations,
conclude your remarks.
has paved the way for mixed status families to find permanent place to live. And the fact that they're committed to inclusivity and to making these homes accessible to renters at neighboring apartments and mobile homes makes this project all the more credible and worthy. And that's why we support it. Thank you.
Miguel Gomez, or I'm sorry. Yeah, Miguel Acosta, please unmute and state your name, address, and be sworn in, please.
Miguel Acosta, 6128 Monteverde Place.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commissioner. Members of the commission, I'd like to thank Commissioner Faulkner for your comment about how the communities, several communities, all of whom are represented in the room, have been jerked around by this process, by the county, and even by the city. I also want to thank Carlos for the outreach and engagement around the parks conversation. Had we started with that kind of approach, I think we could have avoided lots of animosity and possibly gotten solutions a lot sooner. I also want to thank, though, those that have participated on one side or the other of this debate, because we have through that opposition and through those conversations, many things have been accomplished. One, we were able to remove a school privatization effort from the project. There has been an expansion of the park from the original plan and access to the surrounding neighborhoods. There is a commitment to give first right of refusal to local residents already living in the area. And there's been an increase in the amount of affordable housing in the entire project. We also now have an interesting proposal that's been presented tonight that could warrant some consideration. Whichever way you move forward, whether the full proposal or some kind of negotiation that we've been invited to participate in, there are some things that we're still going to have to figure out. As Daniel mentioned, this is important contribution to affordable housing, but the amount of affordable housing that we need is much, much greater. Potentially 3 or 4 projects like this, or 3 or 4 projects like the proposed alternative. And there's plenty of space on the south side and in other areas of the city where that could be done. But here's some of the things that we still have to look at. The open space that we're losing, the park space, will have to be replaced in the immediate vicinity. That's something that has to be.
Thank you.
There has to be something that has to be addressed. We need a city parks and open space plan for the area. There are not amenities in the area that people keep speaking about. They just don't exist. We need a community-based, community-driven development. This process has shown that community has to be involved right from the beginning. The long-range plan, the general updates to the plan, all these things need to be community-focused and community-driven. There needs to be a fully staffed and functioning Office of Neighborhood Planning and Development. And as has been made very apparent tonight, we need language access and justice to be fully funded so that we don't have the kinds of situations that we had tonight. Thank you. I forgot to mention I'm with Earth Care.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Antoinette Shook, please state your name, address, and be sworn in, please.
It's me. Be quiet. Hello.
Yes, please state your name, address, and be sworn in before you give your comments. Thank you.
Antoinette Shook, 2120 Condaleto Street.
Thank you.
Yes,
Do you
go ahead.
swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I, as Rick Martinez, do not live in the area, and by me not speaking would say that I consent to this project, and I do not. I'm in agreement with Marlo Morrison and the presentation that no decision should be made tonight. Parkland is not infill space. Open space does not constitute infill. Land is sovereign, and once it's gone, it's gone. The developers and applicants use a lot of word magic and spell casting. And in the past, it's been seen what they say is not what they mean. Commissioners, you were voted in because you appeared to care for the city and the people, the safety, health, and welfare. The reason a lot of people work 2 or 3 jobs, all races and genders, is because that's the way the system is set up. It's to keep us slaves. So I say no to this development project. Keep the open space. It's for the children. We need the dirt and we need the rocks. We need to get grounded and stop building concrete cities. Yes, affordable housing is needed for everybody, but not in this open space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan Baca. I'm sorry, Jonathan, please state your name, address, and be sworn in before you give your comments. Thank you.
Okay, Jonathan C. Baca, 2600 West Zero Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman and the Commission for having us. My last name is Sidi Baca, but it's original Cabeza de Vaca. My grandmother was Reyes Aragon, who was part of the City Planning and Land Use Committee. My grandpa Felipe Cabeza de Vaca was actually a judge as well. And we're one of the founding families of New Mexico. Being part of the city different, that means being inclusive, not exclusive. And I'm here to be the voice of the voiceless. A lot of these folks that are opposed to what we're trying to do here speak about the dense population, access to affordable housing, and quality of life. But the majority of the folks that are speaking about quality of life, for them, it means open space. For the folks that are for it, it's a place to live. I've been a member of the Country Club for a very long time, and I've driven past this property for multiple years in which it's been vacant and nobody's cared about it. But now that people want to develop and offer affordable housing, all of a sudden it's an open space and a place to where they desire, to have, public freedom or what have you. And my question to everybody is, are we doing the right thing by the community, the county, the city, and the majority of people who deserve a fair chance at the American dream that we want? Or are we thinking about our own interests and how our property value can be effective? People are talking about, protecting open space, but they're the ones who can afford to purchase it. And the biggest sticking point to me is, outside of talking about open space, the one line that stuck with me was somebody mentioned the opportunity for equity lost in their own property investment. To me, shows where their mind is at. Thank you for your time. Thank you for having me. And I hope that you do the right thing by the city, by the people, and by our community.
Thank you. Sarah Daniels, please unmute yourself, state your name, address for the record. Thank you. Be sworn in.
Sarah Daniels, 2752 Herradura Road, 87505.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was born in Espanola and moved to Santa Fe. I first lived in a trailer park on Airport Road when it was still a dirt road. After high school, I left, promising never to return. And just like many of us, I was stopping in to visit family 16 years ago. Now I own my business, Children's Adventure Company, and I've actually seen several former families that have attended CAC tonight. We provide after school and summer camp, and our philosophy is to have kiddos outside as much as possible. I also have 2 kiddos of my own and a sweet husband. We love living in Santa Fe because of all of our outdoor opportunities. Over the last 38 years, Santa Fe has changed drastically, and so has my involvement in the community. Over the years, I've worked with many families and children in our lovely city. I get a lot of feedback on what kids and families would love in Santa Fe. A lot of time, it's more variety and activities to do with their kiddos. A lot of times the response is, I think they have one of those in Albuquerque. The parks have greatly improved since I was a kid. Good job, City of Santa Fe. But I feel there's always room for improvement. Although I am speaking on behalf of the parks that are up for conversation, a little side note addressing the affordable housing. I taught kindergarten for 6 years in Santa Fe, and I'm so proud and relieved that Santa Fe is taking everyone into consideration when addressing affordable housing. It sounds like this proposal could work for everybody. This park could be a huge benefit for many reasons. More variety of parks on this side of town. New neighborhoods need wonderful parks to bring the community together. It's a wonderful way to meet your neighbors. People will travel from other parts of the town to enjoy, and in turn will also expand the community. For personal reasons, Children's Adventure Company and my family would love somewhere new to add to our repertoire. The hard work, the planning and thought that has gone into this park has really addressed some of the needs and wants that will only improve our city. And last but not least, there's always room for more fun in Santa Fe.
Thank you. Okay, Diana Woods, please state your name, address, and be sworn in.
My name's Diana Woods. I live at 121 Moore Street, Santa Fe.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission and the public, thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. My name is Diana Woods, and I urge you to approve this project to provide desperately needed, truly affordable housing in Santa Fe. We are in a crisis here. I moved to Santa Fe in '79, and I am a retired special ed teacher from Santa Fe Public Schools. Santa Fe is my home, where I belong, where I raised my children. I have many friends who have lived here all their lives, worked here as teachers, therapists, artists, and caregivers. Many of my elderly friends also live in terror of the next rent raise. They don't know where they will go. Santa Fe is their home too, where they belong. They don't really want to leave or live in their car or in a tent. I have seen also so many of my neighbors' children have to leave Santa Fe where they grew up. Many are from families who've been in Santa Fe for hundreds of years. They still work here, but they have to drive back and forth every day from somewhere else. They work here, but they can't afford to live here. 1/3 to 1/2 of our workers in Santa Fe cannot afford to live where they work. That's our teachers, police, healthcare workers, wait staff, city employees. How do they manage it? Their kids are in another school district, the gas, the driving time. How much more carbon is our workforce adding to the climate? Wow. What a lot of things have changed since 2007. Open space is really great, but we are in a crisis. When you consider this project, please balance the desire for open space with this crisis of inequity and loss of place for so many Santa Fe people. There's a housing crisis where the median home price is $607,000. What kind of city will Santa Fe be if only the wealthy can afford to buy houses here? HomeWise has helped.
Diana,
so
please conclude your remarks.
Okay, I'm just going to say, I know this is a big change from the original plan, but think what this change will mean to so many hardworking local people. Thank you.
Yes, Jack Hyatt, please unmute yourself, state your name, address, and be sworn in for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack Hyatt, 3117 Pueblo, Sapawe, Santa Fe, 87507.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm thankful for, first of all, for all of your time that you've given to this, not just during the hearing today, but reading all this massive material. I've read the report too, and I think the staff's done a good job. I'm the former chairman of the Planning Commission, the former director of the City Land Use Department, the former president of the Board of Directors of the Housing Trust, the former president of the Board of Directors of Tierra Contenta. And for all the reasons that the people on the plus side, meaning supporting HomeWise, have said today, I also endorse this project. And I think obviously this is a housing issue, and these are people who from the community who are very, very sincere. And I know that my time on the commission agonized at these particular moments because you understand how the applicant has gone through the process and done everything correctly. You understand how the people from the community are loyal and sincere and believe wholeheartedly this is what they should be entitled to. And you're going to have to make a recommendation to the to the city council to really help them do their thing. And by the way, one thing strikes me, and that is overall, the people who have objected to this continue to talk about the county. I think they need to be back at the county raising this issue with them and not expect the city to correct the county's problem. I encourage you to move in a positive direction and try to move tonight to recommend approval to the governing body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alba Blondes, please unmute yourself and state your name, address, and be sworn in for the record. Thank you.
My name is Alba Blondes. I live at 7042 Valentine Loop in Tierra Contenta in the southwest area of the city.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I thank you for the opportunity for your community to speak tonight. I've been sitting and listening to the very heartfelt and sincere testimonies that have come to you this evening, and I don't envy you your decision. I was approached by former Councilor Abeyta and by Councilor Rivera concerning the situations some time ago. And I sat with this group in Tiempos Lindos, and I know how much they revere their open space. And I also understand, and they do as well, the incredible problem with a lack of affordable housing. The one concern I had as I saw the proposal as presented by Ms. Jenkins with the incredible prices of the homes is, will this remain very, very close to the proposal? Because if not, then what you may decide to be affordable and to choose to endorse could very quickly become unaffordable. So I commend you for listening. I wish you luck with your decision. And I would also ask you to consider what was very thoughtfully proposed by the community of Tiempos Lindos and their supporters as a possible another option or a compromise. And thank you so much.
Joseph Sanchez, please unmute yourself, state your name, address for the record, and be sworn in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Isaiah Sanchez Jr., and I live at 103 Los Pinos Road.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman and Council, as a Santa Fe native, I just want to let you know, as my personal experience growing up in that area and on Jemez Road in multiple apartment complexes, never really being able to have stability. My mom always had to work 2 jobs. I also had to start working around 15 years old, just to help her pay the bills and feed my sisters and provide shelter over our heads. And something like this is gonna be able to improve the community, make a change in the crime rate, and probably give the youth something to look forward to, as well as like something like stability, something that me and my mom always wish we could have. She lives in Rio Rancho now. I live out here in La Cienega, and we can't even afford to live in the city that we were born and raised. I have a 103-year-old great grandmother, that is still alive to this day, and I can barely even afford the gas to be traveling to work and be able to go visit her on a daily basis. I barely even get to see her. So this is something like this would really, change the community and give us an opportunity to own a house in the city and be closer to our family. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Clow. I do not see any other hands up on Zoom right now.
With that, we'll conclude the public hearing and we'll move on to
Wait,
questions.
I'm sorry. Hold on. There's one that finally, sorry, she just, Katrina, did you want to give
Yes.
comments? Okay, thank you. Yes.
So my name is Katrina and I live at 2491 Sawmill Road. And I just want to,
What is your last name?
Katrina Trujillo Lucero.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know everybody's probably tired by now, but I just want to say I found it incredibly difficult to find affordable housing in Santa Fe. My family has lived here for many years. I was born here. I don't want to be driven out by rising housing costs. This housing development would help those like myself because Section 8 is affordable, but I'm not eligible for such. I'm a full-time teacher with the public schools, and my partner is a peer support worker. We lived in a camper for 1.5 years because at the time we could not afford housing or an apartment because she worked less than 40 hours and I made less at the time. It was not a sustainable way to live with costs of owning and maintaining an RV, especially in the winter. We had $60,000 plus of loans, medical bills, car payments, and other necessary bills. We had to file bankruptcy recently to be able to afford an apartment in Santa Fe. And now we need to wait 4 years to be approved for a loan on a home. I do not know how a single person could afford housing either, as rent is rising, also at our apartment complex by around $100 next year, and housing costs over $300,000 that I've learned. 65% of Santa Feans can't afford housing, according to the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition. And we also have large dogs, and it is difficult to find housing with large dogs due to breed restrictions and weight limitations. I'm in favor of preserving our environment and caring for wildlife, as I'm an NRDC member, and I believe incentives and policies need to be in place for people to recycle and clean the environment. In fact, I periodically clean around my apartment complex. I do believe if people like myself can set up roots here in Santa Fe with our own housing, we can focus on more important things like caring for climate change, the environment, and wildlife. How can 65% of people in Santa Fe who can't afford housing focus on important issues without the security of even having housing with full-time employment like myself? Also, where is the Native American and Spanish culture going by driving out natives like myself? A great number of my family members have moved out of Santa Fe and even New Mexico. And commuting is bad for the
Wrap up
environment.
your comments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And big corporations need to be held accountable for caring for the environment, and maybe gray water systems can be installed to help with the water issues here. Please approve of affordable housing. Thank you.
And I have Carol Berling. Just raised her hand, please. Okay, thank you. Carol, please state your name, address for the record. Be sworn
Hello,
in.
this is Carol Burling, 7236 Vista Serena Loop, Santa Fe 87507.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Burling, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of HomeWise. I had the great opportunity to purchase a home in the Vista Serena community on the south end of Santa Fe in 2020 that HomeWise built. My home is well-designed, well-built, energy efficient, and comfortable. I am a 74-year-old retired nurse on Social Security. I have lived modestly, and I like to think responsibly. I tell you this information not for a pat on the back, but to underline the fact that despite a lifetime of work, if not for HomeWise, I would have been unable to achieve this home and the security it provides in the last stage of my life. Everyone knows the high home prices in Santa Fe. We know how this keeps blue and pink collar workers locked into renting with little hope for home ownership. HomeWise stands alone in its dedication of getting people into homes who otherwise would never have a chance. Affordable housing, expansion of connecting trails, and a park that can be designed to be environmentally sensitive, beautiful, and open to all. HomeWise can do this. I believe HomeWise has shown a willingness to respectfully work with and for all the people. Los Prados can be a win-win project if we can find it within ourselves to work together. I support this project and wholeheartedly think that it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. At this point, I do not see any other hands up on Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to speak. It's been a lot of thoughtful comments. We'll now close the public hearing and we'll move to questions and comments from the commission. Commissioner Faulkner.
I have a question for the developer. What is your position on the alternative that the members against this development offered?
So thank you, Commissioner Faulkner, Chair Clow, and commissioners. So in devising this plan, it really was about how do we strike the proper balance. What's been really interesting about the testimony we've heard tonight is there's actually more agreement than there is disagreement. I think everybody in this room agrees that we need a park, and everybody in this room agrees we need affordable housing. And with this, we get both. And so with the 5-acre park, we, in accordance with the city's park plan, in accordance with providing a neighborhood park, it feels like that is the proper sizing for a neighborhood park in accordance with the city's parks master plan documents. And the balance of the site helps us maximize the amount of affordable housing we can provide.
So I just need a quick answer. Would HomeWise ever consider the option that was tendered this evening by the opposition?
Mr. Laughlin, you need to be sworn in.
Okay,
Were you sworn in before?
no, I wasn't.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mike Lofton, 1301 Tyler Road. You know, this is the first we heard of this. I have to admit, I didn't really understand it. There's something about $500,000 an acre. I think it was something about building something on the Eberline site that is also people are concerned is radioactive. I don't know if that makes any sense. I think what we have done here is, you know, a neighborhood park is in the plan of the parks plan, the 2018 or 19 parks plan, strategic plan for the city defines that as a 3 to 5 acre park. We're looking at a little over 6 acre total park. We think that serves the neighborhood really well to have that. That's like Patrick Smith Park. That's like Las Acequias Park. You know, I don't think Patrick Smith Park would be better if it was double the size. I think this is the kind of neighborhood park the neighborhood really needs with real activities that kids and families can play in. I love our proposal. I'm very proud of what we've put together here. We've listened. It's not true that we haven't. We've knocked on over 200 doors. And this is what people are talking about, this kind of park. And what, you know, it's really interesting. I'll just tell you a little, like, because I canvassed in a Country Club Gardens and some of the apartments as well. And we first were just asking people to get input on the park. And they go, you work at HomeWise? I go, yeah. I was like, you know what I really want to talk to you about is how can I buy a home? I remember talking to two single moms, 5 kids in between them living in a single wide mobile home park. They go, I want a place my kids can walk to. More important to me that they have a decent roof over their head that we can afford. And the rents just for a space in Country Club Gardens are over $700 a month. That's not the mobile home. That's just the space rent. I think we've worked really hard to come up with a compromise where we do have a park, a real active park that kids can play that no longer will be fenced off from the surrounding neighborhoods. That will have like real public access, but we'll also have access to even more natural kind of open space like along the river trail and the Acequia Trail. And the trail that goes through in Tierra Caliente is actually in a really good, it follows an arroyo that is pretty cool. It's like a bunch of trees and it's a really nice natural space. What we're trying to do is help build the amenities of the entire South Side with this. The affordable housing is really important, but also the connectivity to all the stuff in the city and the county. We've both done a very good job on this trail system and it's continuing to do it. That's what we're looking at. How do we improve the quality of life throughout the South Side? And I think, so I think what we have does work here. This other thing of like dedicate even more land, financially, I can tell you right now, that is not going to work. The only way we're going to pay for a park is if we have enough homes. The only way we can do 50% affordable is that if we have enough homes there. You can't do it. You can't support all of this if you cut this down to a much smaller size. I don't think financially you can make it work. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The short answer would be no, you wouldn't consider their
No.
proposal. Okay.
Well, I could have saved you time. My apologies.
Yeah. Thank you for the feedback. This is for staff. How many of the conditions of approval are based around the park? Could you just give us a number? I don't think the community has fully read the packet. And what I found stunning in the packet was there was a lot of requirements around what the park would specifically entail.
I'd have to pull them up. I don't have a number. I know that
In the 20s.
3 of them myself, but I know that I put 3 of them myself, but there's so many other departments that a project goes through. It's really hard to actually, I know that there were some from the Parks Department, and there were some from our terrain management division, our landscaping division, and that doesn't include some of the technical corrections. So most of the conditions that are actually all of the conditions that are being proposed are for the master plan, so that when that application comes in, it comes in complete. And we have something to review and to send around to all of the city departments who review this case as well as I do. So I couldn't tell you off the top of my head without looking at the memo, and I have to turn my computer on. If you want to wait, I can do that.
I mean, we can come back to it so we can move on to other, but I'm just curious so the community knows how many conditions are related to.
Mr. Klug?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Faulkner. I just did a quick review. It looks like 20 of the conditions out of 31 were related to the park.
And they are as specific as the number of trees, the number of benches, the number of what kind of play equipment will be there, what age groups are targeted for the park, and as well as in ensuring that the park is done in phase 1.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Faulkner, there is some specificity on the things you mentioned, and also there's a one condition that basically says that there will be input from the neighbors and from the park staff, and that they will be present at all those meetings and contribute and participate. Trying to
reiterate, there's also.
I apologize. Parks and open space staff must be present at these meetings. Developers shall seek and provide community-driven programming while simultaneously seeking to increase water conservation and best management practices for weed control. It's.
I'm going to make a couple of comments outside of these questions. The first comment I will make is this county should be ashamed of what it has done to the most needy populations in this part of town. To pit affordable housing against parkland needs is an atrocity. And I personally feel that what the county has done has not been in the interest or within the good faith trust of being servant leadership to the populations that vote some of these commissioners in. And I personally, as a person in a quasi leadership position, I think we all owe the residents an apology for how this came about. However, that being said, the way that it has come about leaves the Planning Commission with very little opportunity to do anything other than to try and get this project, which is inevitable, and the residents of the area need to be realistic that regardless of what the Planning Commission does, it is likely the City Council will pass this. And so what we can do as a Planning Commission is we can try to guide this project with the authority and jurisdiction that we have into a place that meets the needs of clearly two equally important needs of the community. And so I hope the community understands that we have taken a lot of time. We postponed this case for 120 days, which is practically unheard of. We have taken the time and done the diligence, and we've worked with staff to ensure some conditions are in to the best of our ability. But the community should be realistic that there is literally not a lot more that the Planning Commission can do. It is now in the hands of the City Council after we vote. And we can only make recommendations. And further, I would urge everyone in the community to dig into the county and lean into that situation. Because even if the audit finds that there's nothing illegal about what happened with the sale of this land, it is unethical from where I sit to take the trust of the community and break it in the manner that it was broken. And so I'm going to step back a few minutes and let some other commissioners weigh in. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair Clow. I would just make a comment. I think that Commissioner Faulkner said it very well. I don't think that I have much to add, but I want to echo what she said, that I think probably all of us wish that different decisions were made before we got to this point, before we heard this as a case. However, at this point, given what we have, the status of the land that we have, the time and changes that we've seen, I think that we owe it to a vote at this point and to have it move forward from here in order to let the process continue.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawrence. Any other comments? I have a brief comment, and that is it's unfortunate that we're here, where we are. But I think we have no choice but to move forward. And compromise is really important. And it appears that there's been a lot of compromise for a good period of time. And let's hope that based on this hearing, there can be some healing and some acceptance of what the greater need of the community is. So when you weigh the neighbors in the local vicinities desire to have open space, my heart goes out to them. But when you weigh the benefit to the whole community, it's clear that approving this project or recommending approval of this project, it really benefits a greater number of people in Santa Fe. So if there are no other comments.
Well, Commissioner Faulkner, I do reiterate all what you said was addressed very well. And I do agree to also move forward. But again, I do agree with you.
Madam Commissioner.
Commissioner Morondo.
Just very briefly, because I don't want to add much more than my fellow commissioners' eloquent words on this, but I also feel incredibly uncomfortable for all of us to be in this position. This is a situation where I personally feel HomeWise has put together just a fantastic plan. It's very well balanced, very well considered, and greatly needed. I also completely have sympathy for all the neighbors and other fellow Santa Feans that have concerns over the open space loss. I suppose the only thing I would add is I wonder if we might in any vote hold on to some amount of review of the park space that would be created, because if this does pass, it's such a unusual situation that this land would be taken out of public trust. And I just feel that if there'd be a further element of review on our part, it would certainly make sense to me. Thank you.
Dan.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, you will be seeing the park space as it comes in, because it is going to be part of a development plan that will be proposed by the applicant. So you'll be able to see what they're proposing, what their design is. I'm sure some of the commentary that came throughout those meetings will probably come in as notes as well. So that is something that you will have access to as part of your review.
Thank you, Dan.
Commissioner Faulkner.
So I would also like to add that if we are in a position as decision makers, as members of the community, where affordable housing is so drastically needed that we can afford to carve up open space land and shady deals, that we also have to need to consider what we're doing with our apartment complexes. The fact that so many apartments are being allowed to be built consistently and getting out of having affordability in these apartments is another injustice that is happening to the affordable housing movement. And so in closing, I will say that I do trust HomeWise. I have seen the level of compromise, but I also am very sympathetic to the community. But we are in a given reality that gives us very little options at this point.
Any more comments, or are we ready for a motion?
Madam Chair, I will make the first motion to recommend that the governing body approve case 2021-4648, the request for the general plan amendment from park to low density residential.
A second,
A second.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Oh, he left. Oh, okay, Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
I'll make the motion that the governing body, that we recommend the governing body approve case 2021-4649, the request for rezoning from R1 to R6.
is there a second?
A second.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
I'll make the motion to recommend the governing body approve case 2021-4650, the request for the general plan amendment from park to high density residential.
Is there a second?
A second.
Who seconded that?
Commissioner Morondo.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
I'll make the motion to recommend that the governing body approve case 2021-4651, the request for the rezoning of approximately 2.66 acres from R1 to R21.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner, Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
And finally, I'll make a motion to recommend that the governing body approve case 2022-5618, the request for master plan approval that includes the residential subdivision, residential development plan, and public park on approximately 22.64 acres, with the changes, I believe, to condition 1 and condition 18 as discussed earlier in this hearing,
And subject to all conditions of,
subject to all conditions in the staff report.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, everyone, for all your thoughts, and hopefully things will move along in a good way. I'm going to ask that everyone try to quickly leave because we still have a couple more things we need to do.
Hard one. That's a hard one.
Yeah. Do we have anything else from staff? No. Anything from the commission, matters from the commission?
If I can update the commission on what's going on in the policy committee.
Yeah, do it loudly. Melissa can hear. Okay, I'm going to ask everybody to please leave because we are still attending to other matters.
Do it, Jason.
Excuse me, everyone, please quiet down. We still need to finish commission business. Thank you.
Maggie or Jason, you want to push them along?
No, I don't think so. I haven't heard wind of that. You might want to talk to Mike before he leaves.
Good job, Maggie.
That would be the best way to talk to him directly.
Commissioner Faulkner.
So the policy subcommittee has been working on the E and M process. We're working with counselors with Jamie and Carol, Counselor Worth and Counselor Cassett. And what we've been doing is we've looked at the existing code, and we have also come up with a series of options that we would like to offer the counselors as things they could consider in drafting legislation around PNNs. I think we're in our final approach to getting our document done. I'm hoping we'll have that done by next week, and then we will be meeting with staff to go over that document before we submit it to the city councilors for their review and consideration.
And will it come to the planning commission first? Yes, okay.
So we're working on it. It's just been it's taken a little longer because it's pretty meaty. It's a little meatier than we thought. That's all I have.
Okay, any other matters from the commission?
Madam
If
Chair.
not- Yes, Commissioner Morondo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say to you and also to Maggie that I just feel this was a really well-run meeting. The amount of time you guys got through this could have taken so much more time, and I just feel like it made me feel good being part of this, that everybody was heard well, and it was very respectful and moved very quickly. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you.
We'll see who's in the paper.
Anything else? If not, we don't need a motion to adjourn, right? We can just adjourn. Okay. Time to go home. Thanks.